Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do.
If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Is it a good morning? Does everybody have their coffee? Strawberry, Jenny, your latex spouse, thanks for being here. JFK has donated 0 to Karen. I'm glad to hear that. Welcome to, I think I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people bailed out. We had a very depressing day yesterday. Horrible questions from the jury. Is this evidence? Is this video evidence? Really? It's evidence. Is testimony evidence? Yes. Jeez, Louise. Bring back civics. Bring back civics. So not much to show you. Everyone's thinking maybe, like, I guess this side of the fence is holding on to the idea that maybe she'll be convicted of manslaughter. I'm not so sure she's going to be convicted of anything, but we'll wait. We'll wait and see. Let's see. Do we have a fan? Do we have a fan we can look at? Let's see. I'm here a little early. Oh, wait. Okay. I was like, we'll watch the people arrive. How about that? Early. I was like, wait, we're not having any, they don't come to a verdict today. Hold on. Let me check something out. They're off tomorrow and Friday, right? So, and then they get more, I wouldn't mind a hung jury more than like some sort of OUI.
Yeah, I did not expect that either, man. Yeah, you gotta do like a.
Here's, look at this ridiculous scene at the courthouse that Judge Cannoni has let happen. I mean, what's the point? What's the point if you practically, you're just clearing the side streets and you have people across the street and stuff? I mean, what's the point? What's the point of even having a buffer zone?
Is that yes, it is. Oh, yeah.
These are good.
I love different. The color. No, I love the color. It's super fun.
Thank you. I got for my wedding. I'm wearing matching earrings. My mom just happened to have a sapphire one too. So
Perfect. That works out.
yeah,
I love that. That's super fun.
Imagine letting the zoo. Imagine letting the zoo happen. Imagine letting the zoo happen at your trial. Your one job is to keep the riffraff, to keep the outside out of your courtroom. Is nobody looked at any media? Okay. Yes. You didn't look at any media, did you? I hate the way she has. Who would say, yes, I did? I saw some media, sorry. Who would risk getting thrown off a trial to say that? You're all going to say no, right? I know. It's absolutely absurd. Diane, I'm with you 100. Hey, Matt, you always have a smart comment. 1 block buffer zone. Yeah, right? I'm with you. 1 block buffer zone. It's ridiculous. Oh, I love you, Susan Hicks. I'm feeling positive. I'm glad. Inexperienced jurors asking questions will not deter my optimism. I need some optimism. Oh, good. Hello, Taterbug. So anyway, I'm going to turn up the sound. I'm just drinking my coffee, getting my bearings.
What's that? About a 200. Yeah, 7,200. Yep. Let's go for the walker, but that's not it. What makes it straight? It's a scanner. Oh, that's for your pen. Exactly. Yeah. Thank God for all of this. Yeah. Are you here on Tony? No. What about you, right? Yeah.
Like we just got.
The canon that will support other focus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's like when you stop like that. If it's not then it's like two guys get worse. I actually go for and the swing ratio they want to do 10 to 9.
You know, and when this is over, nothing will happen. You know, no one else is going to ever be charged with this crime. I'm talking about the Free Karen readers. They will move on to another grift, another innocence fraud campaign. It will just sort of die out if she gets, you know, she'll pop up, she'll do things. It'll be very big for a while. Then, you know, she'll be this odd kind of figure that some people occasionally will tell her she's a killer.
Yeah. But if you're saying it's 32, they get 24, 33.
What's his name? Wasn't here this morning.
And then they got a 70. Who's that? All right.
What's his name again? I don't know.
I'm a kid. I mean, oh, thank God. I was afraid. Oh, yeah.
Follow me to the back.
Where? In there?
Right here. And he's like, "Are you going to the courtroom?" I'm like, "No, I'm going to the courtroom."
Well, where is she from? Is he from Rhode Island?
Good morning, Tony. This is just awful. What a bad day we had yesterday. This looks like this is headed towards a heartbreak.
I'm across the street.
But I would just put it over here.
Okay.
And then I mean, bring it back over there. So after they all like kind of stuff. Well, not. They gotta come out and then we'll bring it over. Or tripod over after they come back out.
Bring it here.
Yes. After they come back out.
Okay.
Solid. Like, I would say they're not the heaviest, but they're like solid.
Yeah. Like on the higher end of this, break it on.
Yes, it's heavy.
Is there anything dangling here?
Oh, okay. Yep.
But it's not like
Fine.
like yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I've got some
those are-
old anamorphics that are like
They're built like a steel.
exact.
So
Exact. I got like a 15 It's nice, yeah.
You're like,
It's okay. I think this one might be a little bit of a better
In
angle.
so much because the ratio, you know, when you're up for the eye, you know,
Yeah.
you gotta shoot that in one that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
and if you've got one of those cameras that does screen and you put
Well, I'm gonna
That's
use
the-
that.
that's becoming a thing.
Yeah, it's they call it open gate recording.
Open gate, yeah.
I'm gonna record it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to do is matches. I think they squeeze.
Yeah, they squeeze it, yeah.
Well, no, I'm sure because it was 11 o'clock. I'm, you know.
I can go over there.
Right over there anyway, just not in the crosswalk.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, there's like 3 different series to do stuff. So that's not the only one. There's like 3 different ones. There might be one of those that's all the same. It is. I've seen a lot of places.
I think
Talent.
pretty sure.
Somebody
Yeah.
here. Somebody.
Oh, yeah. When you think you're done, I heard not to do the 1.5.
Yep.
And I forgot last night. There was a reason.
Yeah.
The new one goes out in the east.
That's surprisingly interesting.
Yes, because I was seeing some, and they're going $600 for the week. One. So okay, they probably have better glass. Who knows?
Yeah.
Somebody on YouTube was saying they
Oh, really? American. So have you used it? The one in the back.
Yes. Yeah.
You think they're sharp enough?
Huh?
You think they're sharp?
Oh yeah.
Morning.
Jesus was civilized.
Yeah.
For the noon?
What are you ordering? Oh, good luck. Thank you. No, dude, you're fine. No, you can sweat it.
Yeah. Back to her car. Oh, sorry.
What a circus she's made it. What a circus. Oh, we got a fan. Tyler Perry's getting sued for harassment? What?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise, please. Here, follow me. Jury is exiting the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right. Let's see the recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Did you guys see? I just want to go back and just see. Look at Karen Reed here. She's like trying to communicate with the jury, like shaking her head. Look at her. Look at her.
All right, please. Here, follow me.
Wait, hold on.
So, good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, that.
Yeah, there it is. Karen Reed, like nodding, like at the jury, like, you're going to do the right thing for me, right? Right, guys? Go out and, just let me kill people. Get drunk and kill people. Unreal. Unreal. Oy. All right, let me get to the fan. Let me get on time and in the right, so we're not missing anything. Yesterday, I freaked everybody out because I was behind. It was just a check-in with the jury. You're keeping the faith, Doris. I hope that's good. Right. Is Kevin Spacey part of the jury? Who is this jury? Do you hear the one juror? Like, yes, didn't look at anything. That's a little too loud and too quick, lady. I don't know if you're convincing me. They don't hit a verdict today. I don't think they're going to declare a mistrial that quick. We need more than 3 days. maybe after 4 or 5 days. So then we have the holiday and they come back on Monday and try again. But if we have another mistrial, I don't think they're going to try her again. I prefer, I'll tell you than any kind of freeing her in, acquitting her of any charges, because they're going to, I'll take a mistrial and have her not try her and just have her civilly held responsible. I think they will win. I think the O'Keefe will win the civil case, even though they're taking that to trial too. Wish that. I'm sure she's counting on civil lawyers coming to her defense pro bono. It's June 18th, Doris. I guess they get 2 days off for it. I don't know. So because it happens in a weird. Oh, wait, today is June 18th, but I guess the holiday is. Hold on. Happy June 18th, everybody. Let me look at my calendar. They have Thursday and Friday off. This is a new holiday for me, so yeah. So tomorrow is the actual holiday, Thursday the 19th, and so I guess they're taking the 20th off too. So they're taking the whole weekend, and we'll be back Monday. Is it June 19th? Is that okay? June 19th? I don't know. Whatever. No court Friday. I don't know why they get Friday off. I'm not sure. I don't even know, Jennifer Ray. They've been touched by the innocence fraud. It's all coming to the trial. They're asking questions like that they followed the last trial. Can we acquit on one and not others? It's all the last trials come into this trial. All the things they promised they didn't do, they're doing. So that's why you do an innocence fraud campaign, for this purpose, to poison the jury pool so no one will convict you. It's not that, nobody who didn't know anything about the case and just watched the trial would even think that the defense had anything to really substantial to give to convince anyone. We have one loan here. I'll show you an X. One loan. That's a brave person. Supporter of John O'Keefe. That's what I would be. Oh, here's Hank arriving. God, he is a fresh dresser. Sharp dresser. Check this out.
I don't want you to send me that video. I just wanted to take it in. Honestly, that makes my stomach turn. Fine.
It makes her stomach turn to look at a prosecutor. This is the hatred for the police. These people probably driven drunk, have a history with the law themselves. You want to hear it again? I kind of do.
I just wanted to take it in. Honestly, that makes my stomach turn.
It's fine. I'm fine. I'll send you.
It's scary. People are scary. He's got drip, right? I know. He is apparently he's been a sharp dresser his whole life. Got some inside information for you guys. I was curious. I asked someone who would know. I said, where is this, this clothes? Where's all these sharps? Was he always a sharp dresser? I couldn't even watch the rest of Matt Topanic's. It was so depressing. I couldn't face it. I mean, that was the natural, that's the same insight I had into those questions. The only worse questions we could get. Someone said here, play this for you. With all due respect, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here, let me share this tab instead. The defendant's own attorney has already provided the answer to the questions you posed to Judge Cannoni today.
And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if I ran his foot over, or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability. And then when I hired David Yannetti.
And that's when I thought up my conspiracy theory there. I just thought maybe I could get an innocence fraud campaign and, convince the rest of the world. Oh, I can't do the accent. I gotta practice. Guys. I should have a very good Karen Reed accent, but I don't. It's the flat A. I was talking to someone in the UK, and they say it's a very strange accent to their ear. And I was like, it's a strange accent to Americans' ears, too, who don't live in that area. It is. It's not natural. Just what a shame for the O'Keefe family. And, they had to see this coming with the civil suit. I mean, that had to be the purpose of the civil suit. So what are we going to watch this morning? Let's see. What do you guys want to watch? Yeah, I would think that they would win the civil suit. Thanks, Riverdale. Pilates. Love that you're here. Oh, the verdict form? Oh, my Lord. Yeah, I didn't do a very good job. I was just getting enraged with the verdict form yesterday. Did you get the court TV interview? Oh, hold on, Doris. I haven't really. Honestly, Doris, I went to bed immediately after I did my show last night. Oh, this is me? Did you send me the link? June 11th. Court TV Live. Okay, thank you. Is that you, Doris, who sent me that? Or is that someone else? Thanks, Melina, for supporting the stream. All right, you guys want to see me on Court TV? Oh no, I haven't even seen it. Court TV live. All right, let's see if I can find. I don't know if I can even find it. They just sent me a picture of it. I don't know if how. All right, let's see if we can find it. I was like, what am I on? What was I on? I don't know. I don't even know. I would love to put it up for you. You know, certainly I would love to put it up for my patrons. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you. All right. All right, let's see. Oh, keep the faith, Lisa Larson. Thank you so much. It's not easy. I don't have high blood pressure. I don't think I ever will. I'm giving up on court TV. I started watching it to learn law, etc. You're the only podcast that I trust. I have never been on social media, but I love true crime and listen to you through Amazon. Well, that's good. I didn't know. I didn't know when they added that. If anyone, you don't know when they say like, "Hey, guess what? Your podcast is now on Amazon." You know, if anyone's actually listening that there. So that's nice to know that someone's listening. You put the true and true crime. Would love to get your listeners to send letters or emails to support the O'Keefe family. Thank you for all you do to educate us about innocence fraud and for making me laugh. Love your comments, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa, for the coffees, and I appreciate that. Okay. I do try to write everybody back who we have some new patrons. Thank you, R. Marsh, for your very generous donation. Thanks, Mame. Thanks, Elizabeth Drake, for becoming a Patreon supporter. Thanks, Lizzie D. I will add you to the credits. Texas Mimi. Thank you. They say we have a verdict Monday. That was from Monday. That was a false rumor. Yeah, people were like, yeah, we got a verdict. No. You know, sort of the rumor was like, oh, they all thought guilty and then they just went home to think about it. That was going around. That false rumor was going around. It was a nice delusion. Let's see. Okay, maybe I'm being hard. I'm just going to read you some of the messages I've been getting. Maybe I'm being hard on Hank Brennan. I'm just frustrated and questioning his decisions not bringing Welcher back or another rebuttal witness. Yeah, certainly you would wonder about that if you read the jury right. Thanks for being the way. I mean, if they've been touched by the innocence fraud campaign, you could bring 20 rebuttal witnesses back. It wouldn't matter. I really like that you stick to your own impressions and own discernments. I appreciate that you invite discussion about different opinions. I heard some of what you were saying about Pat Brown, I think. Yeah, I didn't have a good experience with her. I don't know why she made up. I don't know where, I think people were saying to her, you ripped off Roberta, and then she put it in my mouth. I said, I don't think I've ever talked about you. Maybe when I talked about Madeleine McCann, because she actually went to the actual scene of the crime. But other than that, to me, and I did read her book on that, to me, this sounds intense and petty. Yeah, there's too much competitive. I know. It's very disappointing. You want to get along with people. You don't want to. Okay, so Nebercracker says this. Someone sent me this, okay. Seems a lot of people are misreading what's happening now. The fact that the jury didn't come back with a verdict today doesn't mean like they're likely headed for a full acquittal. How do you take that when they say, can we acquit on 2 charges and hang on the third? I mean, what worse question could we get? I mean, a worse question for the jury is, can we Can we acquit her on all charges? I mean, that's the only worst question to that. I think you're misreading it, Nevercracker. I don't know. I don't mean to be too much of a downer, but I don't know how you get a worse question. If anything, they're seriously talking of a guilty verdict, most likely on count 2. Oh, really? I mean, come on, really? We all know this is murder too, at least. And someone in that room is pushing back hard. And let's be clear, this isn't about some minor OUR charge. If that were all they were deciding, they'd be home by now. So let's all cool our jets. What we're looking at is either a guilty on count 2 or a mistrial because the jury can't agree. I'll take either. Each jury question sent to the judge tells its own story. The 4th question is especially important. It was submitted while the first 3 were still being answered. That timing shows something urgent happened during deliberation, something that couldn't wait. The 2nd and 3rd questions, especially the one asking whether video clips count as evidence, tells me that someone in the room is trying to convince others that they don't. That's not just confusion. That's someone pushing a false narrative and trying to throw out evidence that was clearly admitted during trial. But the 4th question is the biggest red flag. No kidding. It doesn't deal with the facts of the case. It's about making sure the Commonwealth can't retry it. That means a juror or more than one knows what happened in the first trial and is now trying to make sure there's no second chance. That's not normal jury behavior. That's someone with a plan. I agree. And the only way they'd be thinking like that, this is what I said this morning, like that is if they lie during jury selection to get on in the first place. At this point, it's pretty clear someone on the jury has an agenda. If I were Hank Brennan, I'd be calling the judge and requesting meeting and changers immediately. This isn't confusion, it's sabotage. There's a flying monkey on that jury and it needs to be called out now. Yeah, but there's nothing you can do once you get on the jury. You're on the jury, you know? I mean, you can get thrown off, but you know, if you're going to lie to get on the jury, how are you know, what are you going to waterboard them till they confess? You know, what else are you going to do? Yeah, I wasn't sent I don't even know how to actually get to this thing. It was live on the June 11th. So they have the live thing on the website, then they have the shows. They don't have like, so I don't know even, they just sent me a photo of where to go on the TV. And that doesn't help me. I need a link. I need an actual link to it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm slow, but I would love to show you the court TV thing myself. I'd love to tape it myself. Let me go to all shows, court TV live. If it's on here, I'll try to go to the day that it's on. But otherwise, maybe that's the reason they didn't send me the link. It's not recoverable. It's just live, and then that's it. I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, it doesn't help to send me a picture of where it is because I can't find it. So I don't know. I really don't. Call me slow. The pic of her next to a baby when she's younger. Who's that? Wendy's way more interesting, is she? Truth rises sometimes. Sometimes it takes a while. Let's go down to the new comments. Yeah, well, I think she's walking or an OUI, Roberta. I get it now. Innocence campaigns are powerful. Thank you. I'm glad you get it. It's scary. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about. Is it June 19th? Is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah, they created, I guess Biden put in this holiday. Is that right? Let's see what else we can watch here. Everything is just like pro Karen Reed. There's not much to, there's just a few of us saying she's guilty of something. Is anybody following the mushroom cap murder trial? That woman is so guilty. That woman just lied in Australia. Oh my Lord. She thought she'd get away with it. I don't know. So this is where she went wrong, is she didn't eat any of these poisonous mushrooms herself. She went onto a forum and saw that there was poisonous mushrooms in a certain area, went to them, foraged for them, and then made a beef Wellington and served her I think they were like her ex-in-laws or something. I may be wrong. There are 3 charges: second-degree murder, manslaughter while intoxicated, and leaving the scene of an accident. Maybe jury agrees not guilty on 1 and 3. Why? Why not guilty on 1 and 3? I don't get it. Why not guilty on anything? It's so obvious she did all of those 3 things. It should be all included. Her ex-in-laws. Yeah. That woman is so guilty. Just hearing about her testimony is like she went to the hospital and faked being sick. Nobody ever saw her sick at all. Then they found the mushrooms in her home. She reset her phone. She's like another Karen Reed. It's amazing how all these defendants have the same personality. They all want to game the system. She's a slippery liar. And then she has her defendants too. There's people who think she's just totally innocent and was like foraging for mushrooms and got it wrong, but didn't eat any. And then she said she served her children any, but the leftovers, but no sign of sickness with the children. So what are we talking about here? Why didn't she just, couldn't she? It's really hard to fake an illness. They're all so narcissistic. They can't even to avoid prison, make themselves a little bit sick. You know what I mean? A little bit sick. Risk death a little bit. Right? And she brought them over, said she had cancer, and the uncle lived. So she thought, the prosecutor said a really smart thing in closing. They said that lie was supposed to die with all of them at the dinner, the Last Supper. It's so gothic. What a gothic, disgusting, horrible story. And just to lose, for that family to lose so many relatives all at once with that horrible woman. And then she made up some gastric bypass lie. If you don't know, I'm talking about the poison mushroom cap murder in Australia. A woman served her in-laws, said she had cancer. She didn't have cancer. She just used cancer. Just was like hey guys, I'm dying of cancer. Here's some poison beef Wellington. And she served them plates on gray plates, and then she had this orange plate. Also very damning that she was putting the poison food on, identifying it on the gray plates. And yeah. Did she get found guilty yet? Let's look. Let's look at the poison mushroom lady. Let me see if I can find anything on it. It's not murder, it's murderers. I mean, let's see what's the latest. Yeah, it was a family lunch that killed 3 people. Her name's Erin Patterson. They're in week 7, 5 days ago. Mushroom lunch murder. Jury told Erin Patterson is a liar. No kidding. Let's see.
The jury in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial has been urged not to judge her for the lies she told in the days following the lethal lunch. On day 34 of her triple murder trial, Ms. Patterson's barrister encouraged the jury to draw logical conclusions about the 50-year-old's actions leading into the fatal lunch and her movements in the days afterwards.
Continuing with his closing arguments, Erin Patterson's barrister told the jury his client is not on trial for being a liar.
Yeah, but you kind of are. You kind of are in a way. It matters. You can't separate the lies from that. This is the stupid thing. Don't draw logical conclusions. He's like, that's what you do when people lie. A logical conclusion is that they're covering up something. That's a logical conclusion. Do you see how they play your own logic against you?
Colin Mandy SC challenged the prosecution's suggestion Ms. Patterson's
There's some more fake crying.
actions in the wake of the lethal lunch are evidence of incriminating conduct. The lies in the days afterwards, what she did in the days afterwards, doesn't change what her intention was at the time of serving the meal. He also refuted claims Ms. Patterson's relationship with her in-laws was fractured, calling the Facebook messages presented to the jury by the prosecution as selective. There's just no evidence anywhere apart from these messages about anything like that. Mr. Mandy refuted the prosecution's argument.
There's no evidence besides her complaining about her in-laws. There's no evidence of it except the evidence of it. This guy. He looks like a psycho himself.
Ms. Patterson's false cancer claims were part of a ruse to get her in-laws to attend the lunch, saying none of her guests knew about it in advance.
I mean, everyone deserves a defense, but I would not want to defend this woman. I mean, really, these are some hard arguments to swallow.
If this was a ruse, there was no need to have the conversation because the deed, the consumption of the food, had already happened. He told the jury Ms. Patterson started mushroom foraging during the pandemic lockdowns, so it made sense that she looked up information online and became aware of.
Really strangely, she started foraging for mushrooms right around the time. Do you see that the message about her in-laws was 2020? Right around the time when she was really getting frustrated with her in-laws. She started this relaxing hobby of foraging mushrooms. My mom would be the perfect person to talk about this with.
Death caps. But he says the prosecution has no evidence that she had seen online posts noting their locations in South Gippsland.
I believe there is evidence that she did see that post. I think there is forensic evidence she went to that post.
Extraordinarily, Erin Patterson acted on the only 2 sightings of death cap mushrooms ever. That's the prosecution case. Mr. Mandy called it remarkable that the prosecution would suggest Ms. Patterson was poised and waiting for a death cap mushroom sighting to be reported online. He tapped the desk in front of him, pretending to refresh a website before saying, there it is, and asking the jury how likely would that be. He addressed the prosecution's argument that the only serving of beef Wellington which was not poisoned was her own, suggesting it would be very easy to lose track of the safe dish unless
She was searching where to find them. This is one guilty MFer. I'm sorry. I don't know everything about this case. I've just been following the media stories just superficially. She seems like one guilty MFer. And I do infer something from people lying, from factory resetting their phones and only giving the police one phone. I do infer that you're hiding something when you don't willfully. You want to see my phone? It's filled with my pictures of killers and accused killers that I for thumbnails and pictures of my cats, some of my family. That's what it's on my phone. Here, have it. You're welcome to it, police. I'm not factory resetting it if I'm accused of a crime because I think it will exonerate me. That's a logical conclusion. It's like and this is what we're working with. We're teaching our kids to go against our instincts. There's been all this making logical inferences. We're actually working against it with all this innocence nonsense. See, these people make logical inferences and actually convicted a guilty person, but then they have the innocence campaign, people like Elizabeth Loftus and with her experiments that can't be recreated. Oh, don't even start me. All right, I won't even go down that lane. It's too much.
it was marked, saying in which case you would not need different coloured plates. Mr. Mandy said the prosecution's allegation that Erin Patterson also intended to kill her husband was absurd. He told the jury that she would know the consequences of such an act would be too severe for her and her 2 children. There's no possible prospect that Erin wanted in those circumstances to destroy her whole world, her whole life. Ms. Patterson has pleaded not guilty.
They're not thinking that. They're thinking that they're going to get away with it. They're not thinking they're going to be in a murder trial. They think they're going to get away with it. They're going to be like, oh, whoops, I got the mushrooms wrong. And everybody's going to say no problem and not look into it. She's not thinking she's going to be in a high-profile murder trial.
To murdering 3 of her in-laws and poisoning a 4th, and maintains their...
Do these in-laws have a name? What is this reporting? Can we have a name of some of these in-laws? We get the killer's name, but we don't get the victim's.
Deaths were a tragic accident. Abby Dinham for 10 News First.
Oh, here's another one. Death cap mushroom. How did the poisoning in Victoria happen? She went out and found poisoned mushroom. She found the world's deadliest mushrooms, and she fed them to her in-laws. Let me see. That is someone I wouldn't want to defend. I got a communication from someone that thinks Karen Reed's sleeping with all of her attorneys. Could be. Okay, so here are the victims in the mushroom case. Don and Gail Patterson, Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, and Heather's husband Ian. Her estranged husband was invited but did not attend. Her 2 children went to the cinema at the time. Ian Wilkinson is the only one who survived, having received a liver transplant, but he lost his wife. His wife was murdered by this woman. And he was a damning witness in the trial, is what I hear. Yeah, that's my logo, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah. Horrible. And she's got her supporters too. I don't know what I don't know. She dehydrated them. They found some of them in her dehydrator. And she threw away her she tried to throw it away, but I think they found it. Is it a horrible way to go? It's a typical way women kill. More women poison than other ways. There's a woman in Nova Scotia she's out of prison now, who was killing all these men. She tried to kill. She was like a merry widow. She's marrying men and killing them for their money. She dumped the dehydrator at the tip the next day, but located it and had the mushrooms on it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So she dried them, so she had some time to use them and create more distance between foraging and murder. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering why she dried them. Thank you. I was like, why would she dry them in her dehydrator? So she could use them later. Just keep the poison mushrooms handy. Thank you. She said she had bought them from an Asian supermarket. She tried to blame the Asians. She tried to drag the Asians into this. Basically, the Chinese, she's like, wow, I must have gotten some really rare Asian mushroom. You know, how their food is so weird, and I just bought it, and I used it in this beef Wellington. She intentionally disposed of the food dehydrator the police found in a skip bin at a transfer station. Good police investigation. Conwarna, after she says people, hold on. Began accusing her of intentionally poisoning the meal. Oh, that's strange when everyone gets sick but you. It looks like she's out and about, doesn't it? Isn't that odd for being accused of killing 3 people and nearly killing a fourth? Oh, and she put up Facebook posts of her dehydrated mushrooms. I mean, I would use that if I were a defense attorney. See, she's not trying to hide it. They found her fingerprints on the dehydrator unit. Patterson had not eaten the same meal as the victims and that she had lied about her cancer diagnosis. and about experiencing stomach pains and diarrhea following the poisoning. All right, let's see what we can make. All right, enough with this. Enough with my obsession with this, with this case. Let's see. Should we finish up with Jen McCabe?
Told her that you had seen her out front. She had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her tail light the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, this is a really important part that gets thrown out of Karen Reed's false narrative. So Karen Reed's telling Jen McCabe to call Tom Beatty. And there's certainly a rumor that Karen Reed had some kind of fling with Tom Beatty. Maybe, I don't know when it started, but after John O'Keefe's death certainly is the rumor, but could have started before. We were supposed to hear about, here's a false promise that we didn't hear about. We were supposed to hear about flirtations and flings she had with other men. That was certainly a rumor going around or being reported in this trial. We certainly didn't. But call Tom Beatty and see what happened. And he didn't show up that night. He was supposed to meet them all out, Tom Beatty.
Did you call around anywhere else?
And he supported Karen.
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
And they're the ones that started this Colin Albert thing, spreading it around. Especially his daughter, Erin Beatty. did an episode on it. I don't know if who remembers it.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed it on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be
Were
sure.
you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
And why don't you take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling? When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Just she was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out, or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway, I'm sorry.
When you say the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, because not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, "Who is that?"
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk
I
up?
asked the defendant, and she told me it was Carrie Roberts.
Did you meet Carrie Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a the plow was coming, so then she was having to like move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Carrie Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Carrie Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, "We got to go to your sister's house." And Carrie Roberts said, "No, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in two cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there." That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Carrie was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Carrie Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Carrie said that Carrie's kind of a take charge person. She said, "We're going to Meadows." So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Carrie Roberts other than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow was like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes.
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in
How would you remember that?
because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh,
Well,
someone's
let me
going to
not
get.
ask you what Kerry-
Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Kerry was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Kerry's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Kerry said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Kerry, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is, there he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned.
I mean, this is where I think this narrative that she was so scared of death, she saw death, and she was terrified. Who jumps on a dead body? This is something not made clear in the first trial. Was John dead when they found him? It seems so by the testimony, but it wasn't really made clear by the prosecution. This trial was made clear that he was dead, and Karen jumped on him, lifted her shirt, lifted his shirt, and was trying to warm him up with her body. Who does that to a dead body? Think about it. Let that sink in. Is everybody letting this sink in? So spare me she saw death and she was so freaked out. No fear. No fear. She just jumped on him. Thank you, Taterbug. I'm just trying to earth to my audience. Earth to my audience. Pay attention. I've always wondered what it was about Susan Swan. She's trying to warm. She lifts up her shirt. It's freezing cold, snowing. She lifts up his shirt and she's rubbing herself on him, the dead body, rubbing the dead body to warm it up. And she never really did CPR. Even she says, I don't think I was ever doing it right. It was all performative. Everything in this pretending to be surprised. I think she knew when she hit him that she mortally wounded him. And I think she went back to his house, not her house. She didn't ever go home to Mansfield. She snuck into his home and started her cover up. mean, who would jump on a dead body? And I know it's not just a dead body. I know, but he's dead at that point. Usually there's fear when you encounter a dead human being, even one that now apparently she just gave an interview saying she loved John O'Keefe. Now we're back to that. But last trial, she said, no, we were dating. I didn't love him.
There he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked
There's not enough people. Even the prosecution is normalizing her behavior and humanizing her behavior in the closing. There's not enough people calling her out for the psychopath that she is. Look at how she's behaved in this trial. I don't know why they didn't use the clip of her saying, last trial, saying, no, I didn't love him. We were dating.
like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911 and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, when you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
What?
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McKay, we're going to need you back tomorrow. You can stay and jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Okay, so that's the end of that day. This is what it looks like on just a fan on the other. So that's day 6. About as many days, they're about the same amount of days. Okay, here's day 7. Let me go back in time. Whoop. This is when she wore that really pretty powder blue sweater. Looked pretty on her. Jen McCabe. Hold on, my computer is freaking out. Okay, here we go.
And 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
Yes, 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish.
Is there live interaction? Someone's asking me on X. Whoop. Hold on one second. Let me turn down my phone. Okay, I'll interact. How's everybody? How's everybody? Yeah, there's no news. There's no news. It's just a fan. It looks like, you don't want to say deadlocked, but it seems like that. With all this talk about how much better Hank Brennan was, he had more evidence this time to prove her guilt. He teaches law. He's ranked high and blah, blah, blah. With the judge so rude to Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin, they look like they may get the same result. Everybody's waiting on pins and needles. Yeah, I really wish more of Karen Reed's personality came into this trial. I mean, I know her interviews came in, but there was sort of this effort to normalize her behavior in that closing and to make sense of it in a way that didn't make sense to me. I'm not saying, I think it was probably already lost before we started. This was a total exercise in futility. They spent a long time getting that jury, and it looks like it was tainted. Again. I mean, apparently when you're over a certain age, you don't have to do jury duty. Do you know what that age is? Is it 70 something? I think we need more people like that, 70 plus on this jury. Yeah, why didn't they move the trial? I thought so. Good idea, Tater. They said they would have to move it out of Massachusetts, which you can't do. Can't they move it to some remote place in Massachusetts? You think she's going to prison? I'm not convinced, Breeze Coyote. 70 years in Mass? Thanks. Those would be great jurors, 70 plus. They're no nonsense. They don't fall for any nonsense. My mother's never been picked for a jury, and now she's too old. But she would have been a good juror, especially now. She's so wise. Best generation. Weren't they? They were tough. They're tough. Very tough people. I worry about this generation under us. I don't know.
establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right, what do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to this case. Her statement, that's obviously disclosed in the party statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that we saw yesterday. There's a hearsay. You want to give clips in, you do so. I hope the connections back as long as they were in context and they passed the relevance test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is so it's not replayed with Mr. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why not? Yes. Yes.
You are.
Well, it's not much of a win when the defense doesn't object. Yeah, I'm not sure about this Bella's mom stuff. Like he says, the
Morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask.
it didn't matter. It didn't matter. They already had, some of them already had their minds made up. This was all an exercise in futility, guys.
Those questions, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left us? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Good morning. Follow me, please.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Looks, is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you the marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, Bella's street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for emergency.
Yes, I was going to come to third floor, third floor, Fairview Road, the kid now, the baby and tapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't really go. You can't do no, okay?
Yeah.
You have to tell them that they're on.
I can keep going. I got here in 6 people. Okay. I will. I will keep going to Erin.
911 emergency.
Immediately to third floor, Fairview Road, can't get now.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the south, third floor?
Yes, third floor, the Alpha resident. Yes, I just pulled up behind him.
Okay, 34 Fairview.
Third floor, Fairview, can't now. Yes.
911 is under building wage emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, and
He's gonna get here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. Who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend. He's John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he? I don't. I don't know if he women. There are two women trying to. It could be Sparky and Sparkle.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we got the other side of Harmon going. I just got to know.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm bring up my car. I know, Mom, my phone with the interviews. I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He
They've been out drinking.
Yes, I'm talking hours about me. And
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big the pool of blood is, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, I'm working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up, because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
So what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come, because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Can you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please? Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Miss Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that,
don't want you to guess. Just
oh,
if you
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Does that carry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
I'm just checking in with everybody. How's everybody doing? Why he was not sick of her ass. He was. Stop calling. LOL. Stop calling me. Get away. If you want to go have a drink, Karen, if you're jonesing to drink, go. You're good doing well. Taterbug. Oh, it's just a fan. It doesn't look like we're going to get a verdict in this case. I don't know about today. Maybe today. Is everybody ready for it? They went with a sanity. Send booze, send Valium. I don't know. It's like, it was pretty upsetting yesterday. Those questions were horrible. Terrible. Should we remind people? Here's some. They have reality put right in their face, and still people are like, but Dr. La Posada said it was an animal. Might have been a bear attack. Are we getting this dumb as a society? Where's the wisdom, real wisdom and discernment? They do remind me a bit of a cult. You know, when I was at the NXIVM cult, I would in the NXIVM trial, I would watch some of like the worst testimony. So it was the sentencing. I can't remember. Was it Keith Raniere's sentencing? And I was in an overflow room because it was COVID. So nobody was really allowed in the. I can't remember, but almost all of us were in the overflow room, and I was in the overflow room with the cultists. So I showed up really early, thinking I'd be first in line at the Brooklyn courthouse to get in. And the NXIVM loyalists. So these are people who stayed. I'm talking about the NXIVM cult in upstate New York. Keith Raniere, Allison Mack from Smallville, the actress from Smallville, was in it. Claire Bronfman, the Segrist heiress, was really held up by, her money, pushed forward by her money. The Dalai Lama promoted it. He was given $1 million to promote it. So, or 2 million, depending on who's reporting. And so I'm in there. So all these people stayed loyal to Keith Raniere and NXIVM. NEXIVM. NXIVM. And we were hearing some of the worst things in a sentencing hearing. I went to all the NXIVM sentencing hearings, except maybe one. And we were hearing the worst stuff. Me locked a woman in a room for the crime of having feelings, kissing another man for 1.5 years. She was in an empty room and with paper and a pen, and she'd write him letters to let her out every day. She was brought food. I mean, it's like wild, awful. Like the best day of her life was they finally let her out. Her teeth were rotting, and they let her out to get a root canal. And the trip to the dentist for the root canal was the peak experience. So they would just hear this testimony, one, brutal, emotional, damning testimony of their cult leader, of their cult and their cult leader. And it just would not compute, just nothing, like they turned off the sound, like a TV. They just turned off the sound in their mind. And I'm thinking, if you've been touched by this innocence fraud campaign, you can be looking at, it's not, your critical thinking is off. You can be looking at stuff like this.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about that moment. We're not talking, there's no crime
There
at
was no
5 a.m.
memory of anything happening.
I can't believe they wouldn't clarify that for the jury. I can't even believe that's a jury question. None of the charges have to do with 5 a.m. in the morning.
But I had been drinking and it was late. I never heard from him again, ever, obviously. So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he was drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out, and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
So for everybody who said, you know, that her lawyers were so dumb to let her talk, it worked. It seems like it worked.
And was the first thing she said was, Carrie, John's dead.
Or John's dead, Carrie. Next, you know. That's what she said the first trial. John's dead, Carrie. Or Carrie, John's dead. How'd she know?
And then she hung up. And then
When she said that, did you have a chance to have a conversation with her?
no, I did not.
Describe her demeanor when she said that.
She was yelling loud enough, my name. I think it was 3 times. It might have been 2. She was yelling loud enough that she woke my husband.
Your husband was sleeping next to you?
Yes, he was.
Was she loud, yelling, screaming?
Yes, she was very loud. She was screaming.
After she said, Carrie, John's dead, did you know what she meant?
No,
And did you say this was around 5:15?
this was at 5. She called me at 5 on the dot.
After she hung up, what did you do?
I was half asleep still. I didn't know what was going on. So I started to get up, and I think I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know exactly when, because I was like, what? So,
Yeah. Very different kind of witness than Jen McCabe.
my husband said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's going on. I don't know what's going on. That was Karen. And then I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know if she answered or if she called me back the next time I spoke to her.
Yeah, I agree. Wendy Adelson. I think she's worse than Wendy Adelson, for sure. I mean, Wendy Adelson tried to set up her ex-boyfriend, but she did a lot of horrible stuff. But she didn't try to set up the neighbor who found Dan Markel and start an innocence fraud campaign against him and everyone else.
After you or she called you again, did you have another discussion, or did you hear her say something else the second time you spoke to her?
Yes, the second time she said, I think something happened to John. I think he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night.
Individual that replied several times, I hit him.
She said, I hit him. She repeated it. You what? She repeated it one more time.
Personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
Individual that replied several times, I hit him.
She said, I hit him. She repeated it. You what? She repeated it one more time.
Personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
Individual that replied several times, I hit him.
Okay. Okay, you get the idea. Okay. All right. Here's another post from Nevercracker 11 minutes ago. All right. Everything in this post is reality. That's the clips I just played for you. But let's talk about what happened yesterday, because a lot of people are dragging this entire jury over the coals. I might be guilty. I think they might be talking about me regarding the question about whether the clips are evidence. Personally, I don't see that as a sign of collective ignorance. I see it as proof that someone in the room is trying to gaslight the others, claiming the videos aren't evidence, hoping to confuse or sway the group. Instead of letting the nonsense slide, the jury did something smart. See, why didn't they just answer yes? Yes. That is the most neutral thing. Yes. Period. Sometimes shorter is better. It's a beautiful day to free Karen Reed. What a mess Judge Canoni has made of this. Yeah, it just looks like this is going to just be ending in a huge injustice. How many people do we have watching? Almost 700. Yeah. She couldn't take that thanks, Amy Justice. They couldn't take it. She couldn't take the court court higher than her had a Debbie Martin. Do you hear me? Looks like you should be getting sound. Should be getting sound. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad you can hear me. Yeah, I'm just sort of trying to see what I can show you. Yeah, not a good question earlier. Prepare for Karen Reed to walk. If you all don't know, Massachusetts is full of lunatics. There's one tweet. Dear Vinnie Politan, you don't seem to care about the answers. They used her car data to prove crime, location, and time. Not good enough for you. Oh, he knows she's guilty. He's just gaslighting and grifting. I mean, does everyone get it? They don't mind. They don't mind. It's not a real opinion. He's just playing to the crowd. Does everybody get that? I mean, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Mm-hmm. Oh, here's something from Innocence Fraud Watch. Was psychopathic murderer Karen Reed driving when she was composing and sending text messages during her early morning hour of January 29th? Okay, I'll read you guys this blog from Innocence Fraud Watch. Let me put her blog. Free Karen readers harass her all the time. I see it on Facebook. Seems less than it was since another creator started a rumor that we're the same person. I see like little things like, shut up, Roberta, blah, 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 you know. But here's the blog. I just put it in the chat. If you highly recommend, she's done really excellent work on this case. Highly recommend you subscribe to her blog. And I like it because it comes right into my email in the morning. So if she writes something new, I get it. Messages and group chats. Okay. During Karen Reed's retrial for her murder of off-duty police officer John O'Keefe, it was revealed via the testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino that there are text messages and group chats not yet in the public domain. For example, Exhibit 30 reveals Karen Reed's messages to and from witness Carrie Roberts from January 29th, 2022. During trial 2, Carrie Roberts states, Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and would I go over there and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's where he arrived and she described him. You know, there's also a call to Karen to the O'Keefe's. And I don't know whether she talked to Peggy or talked to John O'Keefe's father. Apparently, they had a good relationship. But it goes for over, I think it's 2 minutes plus, something like that. That's been out of the narrative. I can't believe the defense didn't pull that in. She said her father was on his way, and would I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and I said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. Carrie Roberts was either mistaken where Karen Reed was when she called about her father, William Reed, or Karen relayed the above message to Carrie in a text message, because Karen call records evidence 0 calls to Carrie from the hospital. Yeah, Carrie Roberts' testimony is all over the place. Karen Reed was said to have arrived at Good Samaritan Hospital around 7:35 a.m. And there's a record, the call records there as proof that what Innocence Fraud Watch is saying is true. Karen Reed also messaged Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis on January 29th. The evidence was submitted to the jury under Exhibit 32. Referring to all of witness Jennifer McCabe's text messages, prosecutor Hank Brennan stated, "Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would like to introduce all of Miss McCabe." Isn't she Mrs. McCabe? Isn't she married to Matt McCabe? Why are we... Have we just abandoned the Mrs. from the English language? I can understand Ms., but text messages. Among these messages were texts between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe from early on January 29th. For example, at 5:15:41, Jennifer McCabe seemingly replied to a text from Karen Reed stating, "Okay, I'm trying to call people. I'll be in touch soon." If this text message was to Karen Reed, what did Karen Reed originally text Jennifer McCabe? And what time did she compose and send her message? Also, was Karen Reed driving when she composed and sent her message? Jennifer McCabe also sent a text, again seemingly to Karen Reed, at 5:22:57. This read, "Okay, I tried to," she means call Beatty, meaning Tom Beatty. "Okay, I just talked to her." Jennifer was referring to Tom Beatty. Aiden Turtleboy Carney stated in his blog, according to Jen McCabe's statement to police on the morning that Jen McCabe and Karen Reed went out looking for John's body, Karen asked Jen to call Tom Beatty in case John had gone to his house at some point, because Karen didn't have Tom's phone number. That's why you see the calls to Tom Beatty on Jen's call log before 6 a.m. But there's no reference to this in any statement to police. See here. Aiden Carney appears to have instead been referring to protected grand jury testimony. So what exactly did Karen Reed initially text Jennifer McCabe? And again, was she driving when she sent her messages? So Karen Reed was leaking out protected grand jury testimony to Aiden. Here's proof of that. Massachusetts hands-free law. Effective February 23rd, 2020, the Massachusetts hands-free law prohibits operators of motor vehicles from using any electronic devices, including mobile telephones, unless the device is utilized in hands-free mode. Someone on X said, when you get a job and move up a couple tax brackets, you'll notice that cars have this thing where you don't need your hands to text people anymore. How did Karen Reed use voice to text? Did Karen Reed, I think this is what she's saying, use voice to text to compose a message to Jennifer McCabe for Jennifer to reply at 5:15:41? If Carrie was, how did Karen Reed use voice to text to compose a message to Jennifer McCabe? To compose a message to Jen McCabe that Jen replied to at 5:15:41 if Karen was talking to Carrie Roberts at the time. Yeah, that's a really awkward sentence. I'm just trying to compose it in my head. How would I rewrite it? If Karen Reed was talking to Carrie Roberts at the time, how did she use voice to text message to compose a message to Jennifer McCabe that Jennifer replied to at 5:15:41? That's how I would rewrite that. Okay. Timeline extract. Since we have plenty of time, I can drift off into timeline extracts. 4:30, Karen went into John O'Keefe's niece's bedroom and shook her, then left. At 4:38, Karen called John O'Keefe's iPhone. At 4:38:25, Karen Reed called her mother, Janet Reed. At 4:38:49, Karen Reed called John O'Keefe's iPhone. At 4:39:39, Karen Reed called John O'Keefe's iPhone. At 4:40:05, Karen Reed called John O'Keefe's iPhone. At 4:42:05, weird. She's calling on like the 9 and the 5 seconds. Weird. Karen Reed called John O'Keefe's iPhone. Oh, she breaks the spell finally. At 4:42:54, she called John O'Keefe's iPhone again. At 4:42:22, Karen Reed called her mother, Janet Reed. At 4:43, Karen Reed retrieves John O'Keefe's niece from John's bedroom. 4:44, the defendant ran into the victim's bedroom to retrieve Kaylee's cell phone, and then Kaylee began texting and calling the victim with no response. 4:44:40, John O'Keefe's niece calls her uncle's iPhone. 4:45:10, Karen Reed calls John O'Keefe's iPhone. At 4:46:41, Karen Reed called Michael Camerano. 4:47:19, Karen Reed called Michael Camerano. 4:47:57, Karen Reed called Michael Camerano. 4:49 on the dot, Karen Reed called Michael Camerano. 4:49:24, Karen Reed called Catherine Camerano because her husband was not answering her call. This call lasted 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Catherine could hear John O'Keefe's niece in the background. Excuse me. Catherine called Karen shouting, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?" Catherine recalled Karen shouting, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?" 4:51:51, Karen reads 2 minute and 51 second to Catherine Camerano. Ended 4:53 approximately. John O'Keefe's niece called Jen McCabe on Karen Reed's instructions and then put her on speakerphone. Karen told Jennifer she left John at the waterfall after an argument. 4:55 a.m., Jennifer McCabe called John O'Keefe's niece back. It's not known how long this call lasted. 4:56:39, Catherine Camerano called Karen Reed. The call lasted 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Catherine could hear the voice of her daughter's basketball coach, Jennifer McCabe, in the background. 4:59:26, Jennifer McCabe called John O'Keefe's iPhone. 4:59:37, Jennifer McCabe texted John O'Keefe's iPhone, "Please answer." 4:59:36, Karen Reed's 2 minute and 57 second call with Catherine Camerano ended. 4:59:49, Jennifer McCabe texted John O'Keefe's iPhone, "Karen is worried. We need to find you." 4:59:52, Matthew McCabe called John O'Keefe's iPhone. 5 o'clock and 10 seconds, Karen called Carrie Roberts. The call lasted 28 seconds. Karen shouted, "John's dead, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie," then hung up. 5 o'clock and 38 seconds. Karen Reed ended her 28-second call to Carrie Roberts. 5 o'clock and 38 seconds, Catherine Camerano called Karen Reed. The call lasted 2 minutes and 4 seconds. 5:01:18, Carrie Roberts called Karen Reed. The call was missed because Karen was talking to Catherine Camerano. 5:02, 52 seconds, Karen Reed called her, ended her 2 minute and 4 second call with Catherine Camerano. 5:04, Catherine Camerano called John O'Keefe's niece. It's not known how long this lasted. 5:04:05, Jennifer McCabe called John O'Keefe's iPhone. 5:04:27, Karen in 27 seconds. Karen Reed called John O'Keefe's iPhone. 5:04:40, Jennifer McCabe texted John O'Keefe, "Please answer so I know you're okay." 5:05:01, Karen Reed called Jennifer McCabe and then seemingly hung up. 5:05, Jennifer McCabe called Karen Reed. The call lasted 43 seconds. 5:05:57, the 43-second call ended. 5:07:56, Karen Reed powered on her SUV. 5:07:58, so that's like around the time that she was making that love tap, trying to make her own evidence that she knocked out her taillight hitting John O'Keefe's car in the driveway. 5:07:58, John O'Keefe's Ring camera caught the reverse lights from Karen Reed's SUV shining into the driveway. 5:08, Karen Reed intentionally orchestrated a love tap to John O'Keefe's parked Chevy Traverse. Karen Reed called Carrie Roberts back. The call lasted 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Carrie stated Karen had said, "I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night," meaning I wasn't supposed to stay at John's house. And he would never leave Kelly alone. I think something happened. Jennifer McCabe called John O'Keefe's phone at 5:08:49. She did the same at 5:09:36. 5:11:32, Catherine Camerano called John O'Keefe's iPhone. 5:14:10, Jennifer McCabe called John O'Keefe's phone. 5:15:41, Jennifer McCabe replied to a text seemingly from Karen and stated, "Okay, I'm trying to call people. I'll be in touch soon." 5:16, Karen ended her 5:08:06, 8 minute and 8 second call to Carrie Roberts. 5:16:24, Karen Reed called Jennifer McCabe. The call lasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds. 5:16:54, Carrie Roberts called John O'Keefe's phone. Yeah, so that'll give you some. That is the new blog from Innocence Fraud Watch. Just put it in the chat one more time so people can check it out themselves. Tanya, nice to see you. Thank you. One day, can we please go over Turtle Boy's indictment? Do you mean the search warrant or the indictment? And next trips I date to, or at least have that to look forward to. Okay. Sure, you got it, Tanya. Hey, Jennifer. Harmon. Can anyone tell me what time Karen called her father and how long the phone calls lasted? Hold on one moment. One moment. Let me pull up. May take me a while. Maybe it take me a while to find exactly. Actually, you know who always has kept such good records of this is Innocence Fraud Watch. I rely on her timeline so much. Let's see. I did an episode on it. Here we go. All right, I'm just trying to find that for you. Yeah, she had that group chat between Ingrid and Bill Curtis on the 29th. I really would love to know what that was about. There's some hidden evidence. Interestingly, Ingrid Curtis was crying, excuse me, yesterday. Karen Reed retrial. Why hasn't, here, I'll share this tab. Why hasn't innocence fraud con artist Aidan Carney ever blogged about murders alleged and text messages to her mom, brother, and best friend? Karen Reed's first trial for her murder of Boston police officer on September 6th aired an innocence fraud TV show called Karen Reed: The Perfect Storm, which was partially pre-recorded in 2029. During her performance, Karen Reed made the following admissions. I had called my father. He didn't answer, and I texted him, John's dead. I didn't know she does that weird stutter. For sure that John was dead, but I'm trying to elicit a response. He called me back, and I was distraught. So my father called the police. But sometimes in 2024, during filming for another TV show with the worst, most disgusting title ever, called A Body in the Snow. Actually, which aired March 2025, Karen Reed stated, "At the scene, I called my mom, my dad, my brother, and my best friend, and no one was answering. So I texted, John is dead, and my dad called me back. Karen Reed's call report shows that she called her father, William Reed, Bud, aka Ingrid Miller Curtis, and Caitlin Bendreau, her sister-in-law. Dad, it's like 6:30 and 48 seconds, it looks like. It is not known to the public when Karen Reed texted her mom, brother, and best friend Ingrid Curtis from her crime scene, nor it is known if she texted them, John's dead. Karen Reed referred to Ingrid and Bill Curtis in a message to Natalie Bernschneider-Wawicki, who I wish we had heard from this trial. In May 2029, she was on the witness list for the Commonwealth. Wasn't called. As the below screenshot of a copy of the message evidences. Thanks, Natalie. Turtle Boy is right. I was worried about trial. I didn't want to put my life in the hands of 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty. That's what she thinks of the jury. But I don't understand why he doesn't mention more that the feds are involved. She loves that. She's like, we worked really hard to get that federal investigation. Why isn't he using it more? The first assistant U.S. attorney, they don't shoot and miss. They have a case and way more evidence than we do. They didn't have a case. What a liar. I know this for a fact. Well, that's a red flag there. Jen McCabe testifies this coming week. I'm not sure about the others. This is not going to trial for me. The front row is already full. It's very tight, and it's my immediate family. Their lawyer and Ingrid and Bill. Turtle Boy can sit behind them with John Silvera and the DeRiccios. I think he knows them. Ingrid and Bill Curtis attended Karen Reed's May 3rd, 2023 motions hearing. That's still imaged below. Also evidences. So that's from the May 3rd, that picture. Did William Reed, Janet Reed, or Nathan Reed tell Ted Daniel that Karen Reed had called and texted them with her best friend? So that, yeah, it's still really unclear, all the communications with her father, because Judge Canoni said her father didn't have to hand over his phone. Not even the calls like the week before, to show, or a month before, just to show a pattern that it was unusual. Because didn't she call really early, late that night and early in the morning? Hold on. Okay. Here's Karen Reed. Off the record, this is to Aiden Curry. I never believed I hit him. I thought maybe he changed his mind and ran after my car for a ride, and I clipped him and he passed out. One thing I can tell you, I never thought that morning that his friends and Boston Police Department coworker left him for dead like roadkill. Like you did, Karen. That's you. You're talking about yourself. I mean, this federal thing is nonsense. I mean, Aiden Carney is going to be, I'm just not convinced he's going to prison for anything. I mean, I think these people are deluded. They can't get Karen Reed for killing someone. They think they're going to put Aiden Carney in prison for annoying, for ruining people's lives that still are breathing. Really? I mean, who has, I don't know. How's everybody doing? Well, the state can't talk before they have different rules. So they changed the rules for defense attorneys that they can advocate for their client pre-trial. And that whole ruling is made, so it's made a really, I think, look for some changes in the future. Maybe it'll take 15 years, maybe it'll take 20. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a challenge to that, because it's allowed Karen Reed to put out a totally false narrative in the press in her innocence fraud campaign, and the state countered it in the most vague way they could with Michael Morrissey's comment, and Free Karen Readers still get upset about that. I think that was a abuse of their power, which it wasn't. It was the most carefully crafted statement. Yeah, she called her father at 6:32. Karen Reed sent her father a message reading John's dead 6:31:54. I was trying to elicit a response, but she had already heard from her father 9 seconds earlier. Karen Reed then called her father, William Reed, at 6:32:15. That call lasted 3 minutes 51 seconds. Karen Reed was then left alone, and after 6:35:26, Carrie Roberts was captured on Sergeant Seraf's dash cam video moving out from leaning through the passenger side door of her car. Carrie then shut the car door and walked towards the police officer standing nearby. Karen Reed was left alone inside Carrie's car while still on the phone to her father, William Reed. And you can, let me just get past the ads so you don't have to watch them. Sorry, I can't make this any bigger than it is.
Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe, right there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Into the frame. Can we go ahead and play that?
Hey, Allison, do you have time? I don't know what your schedule's like. Hold on. Let me email you an invite. Hold on one second. If you want to come on and just chat for a little bit. You don't have to. Don't feel obligated to, but if you want to, I'll send it. It's totally okay if you're busy or you can't. Okay. So that's that video. Karen Reed ended her 6:32:15 call to her father at 6:36:06. At 6:36:15, 9 seconds after Karen Reed ended her call to her father, Kerry Roberts climbed back out of her car. At around this time, Karen Reed replied to Catherine Camerano. Imagine working all this stuff out. Her had replied to Catherine Camerano's 6:34 message and stated of John O'Keefe, he was in the snow. This was the last time Catherine Camerano ever heard from Karen Reed. And this is the weirdest thing that's never talked about, except the only person that talks about this is Innocence Road Watch. Look at Karen Reed opening and shutting her door from 6:36 to around 6:37. I don't know if you, it's the tiniest. Wait, hold on. Just so you don't have to watch the. Okay. So watch her opening and closing the door. Look at this. It's hard to see with the snow, but she's in the back opening and closing the door. What is she doing?
Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead.
There it is again. There's the open door again. What is she doing?
Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sarah.
Go ahead. Play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sarah right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead.
So maybe that's Carrie Roberts, but it's Karen on the right, just like opening, closing the door, I think.
Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes,
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go to the plan.
Here's the door closed now.
Sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Oh, there it is again.
Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Carrie Roberts and Karen Reed.
What is she doing? Door opens, door opens, door opens. Do you guys see that?
At that point, are you walking back into the
Asking, like, just don't notice my client's weird behavior at opening, closing the door. At 6:41, William Reed called 911 requesting that his daughter be sectioned. He's another accomplice in this. Big one. Most like a co-conspirator. No verdict, Jocelyn. Thanks for checking in. We're just here holding down the fort. I'm very passionate about my beliefs, but I'm here only for and about this crazy, tragic case. Okay. Manslaughter while operating under the influence of liquor for felony, minimum 5 years in state prison, 20 years up to 20 years, 5 to 20. No verdict. Thank you, Brooke. No mandatory minimum. That means like 0 time if it's Bev. 20 years in state prison max. Yeah. They got to get better with these reports. I mean, the purpose of those reports, they're not detectives, The purpose of those reports are, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. I mean, it's not part of their job being a detective, solving the case. All right. Hello, dark side. Well, it's definitely not happening before lunch. This looks like a hung jury to me. They're hanging on for this long. It is so claustrophobic in that room. That's all I can tell you. And I'm not a claustrophobic. Oh, court reporting. Something is brewing. All right. We'll stay tuned. I'll keep it on the fan. We'll stay tuned. I really could have had a drink. I mean, I drink maybe once or twice a year. I'll have one glass of something, maybe a glass of champagne at Christmas dinner or birthday or something. Or I'll go out to drinks with a friend. But yesterday, I really could have I really would have happily made a gin and tonic. That was a stressful day. Yeah, I don't really, I don't get any really good feelings from alcohol. It just makes me dozy. But I could have used that yesterday. It's the only business that is doing well, I think, in New York, or one of the few, is we legalized marijuana, and there's just so many. You just smell it all over the city. It's wild. You know, and I seem to be seeing more people smoking than ever before in the past year, 2 years. Odd. It's like smoking has made a comeback. To smoking cigarettes. Odd. Are you still smoking, Tracy? I quit years ago. Yeah. I would highly recommend, to switch to the vape. Yeah. That's how most people quit successfully. Oh, it's really bad, right? It's really strong now too, right, Kelly? It's very pungent. It's not the same smell we used to smell years ago. Is that what it is? Is it hopelessness? Is that why people are smoking? So much. I just never seen so many people on the street smoking, and young people too. It seems like for a while, when vaping got popular, and then they put all these ridiculous regulations on it. I won't even get into how ridiculous the regulations are compared to how they're dealing with marijuana. I mean, they talked about young people not wanting young people to vape, and I mean, the public schools around me, they had smoking sections for the kids. When I grew up, it's smoking pits and stuff. So, right. Yeah, it seems stronger. The smell is stronger. And they put crazy stupid regulations on vaping, and then the smoking started to go up in the city. So if you were in New York, you can, I don't know, I think the law is you can only vape menthol flavors, like children are the only one attracted to other fruit flavors or something else. But menthol and tobacco. So so everything has to be menthol or tobacco flavored. And that to me is just a nutso. And then they made it all these and they brought in all these disposables, which seems to me much easier for kids to get their hands on. Back in the day when it was like much more a niche thing that you had to buy parts for, right? It seems like kids couldn't get their hands. I don't know how the kids would get their hands on a device and another device and another device and another device and the actual nicotine. I don't know. It's wild. This is like some of our stupidest laws. Like these dumb laws come from California right to New York. Like if California passes a dumb law, it's just a matter of time before we'll get it in New York. Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind so much disposables being banned in they cause tons of the batteries, tons of pollution. They're incredibly strong. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad move for the UK. But yeah. I wish something would happen because the amount of garbage they're creating, and I just wish it had all been done much smarter. When the FDA got involved in it, it made it a mess. Yeah. And they didn't seem to. I think the main problem going into this is that the patches and gum that were never very effective in helping people quit. Were very angry that vaping came along and threw them off their market was going down. And that's what happened there. Little, but yeah, it's wild. The whole thing is wild. Dumb laws. Yeah. And then they were shutting down. So then New York, speaking of so then they passed this marijuana law, and then all these illegal marijuana places have been getting shut down. So all these they were practicing in broad daylight, made no bones about what they were, but they were all illegal. There were huge raids all over the city. So we're into hour 16. Beyond hour 16. This is wild. Yeah, we got to be into hour 20 now at this point. They said only 5% of trials end in mistrials. And we've had 2 in a, I mean, this looks like we're going into the second one. I don't think they're going to go for a third trial, but I've been wrong before. I don't know how you could pick a jury for this. I mean, what are you going to do? Waterboard someone? What are you going to do? Go into their home? Oh, you use the pouches, Dean? Like they do in interesting. Yeah, I know they're making are they flavors? Those snus? I think the Wall Street Journal had something on that. I think I watched on snus. Could they make it a federal case? I don't even know how that works. Yeah, and try it somewhere out of Massachusetts. That would be the way to try it out of Massachusetts, make it a federal case. But I don't know how you could make it a federal case. Doesn't seem to have any of the elements of a federal case. It has to be like from one state to the next. How could you make this a federal case? Does anyone... I mean, it has to be from state to state crimes or country to country, right? It has to go out from one state to the next. This was all in Massachusetts.
Okay, so this is summer. It is cool toned.
So I don't know. Yeah. That doesn't even sound right. It can't be made federal. That would be great to get it out of Massachusetts, but I don't think you can. The whole state is obsessed with this case. I'm not saying everyone there are jurors you can find that would, but not under 45 with social, I don't know. I question that decision. That seems naive. I mean, if the Commonwealth wants to retry her again, I offer myself, this is my area of interest is innocence fraud. I have some thoughts. Come talk to me. Make a phone call. I'm out there. Send me an email. You have to take in the innocence fraud campaign. And if there is a third trial, I have some ideas on how to. But you just can't have that Justice for John O'Keefe. That website is useless. Who's gone on that to actually search for information? No one in my audience, right? You need a really clear timeline. Top 10 combating the propaganda, blah, 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 with links to actual evidence, exhibits in the trial, hard facts supported by the evidence in there. It's not going to convince everybody, but you need useful factual information out there. You need a clear counter narrative out there. It's really important. Use on. What is that? What is that on? All right, I'm going to look that up, Dean, and investigate what that is. Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right, Dean, I found it. All right. Cool. But is it like a flavor? Yeah, it looks like it is, right? Berry, citrus, got it. Okay. I'm sure that'll be out loud next in California. Yeah, they don't have to hire me. I'll do it for free. I'll give my advice. I mean, it's a lot of work. Yeah, hire me, but I will gladly give my advice for free out there. It's just hard when you're one person and you're, I don't even have a website for there's so many things I got to get going for myself. Get a website. Hope to start a Substack soon. Because I enjoy writing. I just don't do it. I just need to do it. So that it will kind of work in. So I'll write about the things I'm making episodes on and vice versa. So that'll be fun coming up. That's what I hope to start next. So as I'm talking about whatever I talk about next, there'll be little pieces you can read if you miss episodes or whatever. Thank you, Tanya. Get in touch with me. I can use all the help I can get. Yeah. I'm just not, as you can see, I'm not a great self-promoter, Tanya. I'm trying to get a little bit better at it. It's really it's really a miracle that I've been able to build what I've been able to build. And I really couldn't do it without all of you. I will go pro bono like Alessi. Not full time. No, I wouldn't do that amount of work for free, but I would help them. I would give them some insights. I understand this. It seems so clear to me. I don't think it's unusual. The people who are interested in this subject, or even the people who just got fooled maybe on something else, and it's hard to unsee. It's not they're sophisticated, but they're not particularly original. So they all do the same things. They all use the same devices. It's not hard to understand, but it is extensive, but sophisticated and extensive, but certainly none of them are unique or they all do the same things. What's amazing to me is how alike all these defendants are. Whether we're talking about Karen Reed or Amanda Knox or someone else, they're all so alike. Their personalities are all so alike. Always all about themselves and making themselves the victim. Or Wendy Adelson or Donna Adelson Wendy Adelson is an unindicted co-conspirator. She's not, certainly, no one has indicted her. She's innocent until proven guilty. Same with Donna, but Donna's actually been indicted. It's on trial. Going on trial. Do you really think Karen Reed's father believes that, though? I don't think he believes that. I think these fathers know the truth. Don't you think that Karen Reed's father, you think a college professor wouldn't know that Karen Reed is responsible? She brought the murder vehicle to their house to hide it. And I still wonder if she changed the code of the garage that no one could open with the code that morning. That was brought to the attention by Adam Lally. I would have loved to seen that come into this trial. Not that it would have made any difference if there was a free Karen Reader, but it seems like she might have changed the code on the garage so that she could have more control over her car, that people, right? Someone drove by, they wouldn't see it late in the night. Yeah. Because, they are, you know why, Debbie Martin? I'll tell you why. They capture people's imaginations because they think that they're smarter than everyone else, that they can see these things. It's a very conspiratorial mindset. And that they're always changing and growing. And that go other places. The truth it doesn't go anywhere. I've been talking about, we've gotten clarity. Things have been clarified and corrected as far as time of this reversal. Time Karen Reed actually reversed her car into John O'Keefe. But the facts don't change. They don't go anywhere. If I were if I were doing innocence fraud shows, I could have endless show. Brian Higgins, things I imagined happened. Only limited by my imagination. And people love being told the story. Yeah, it also doesn't have I won't have the abuse that I have. The abuse in this, it's tiresome. I know every time I put up a tweet, every time I put up anything, a show, I'm going to get a barrage of insults and demeaning and nasty statements about my intelligence, my looks, my whatever, my age. that I'm hiding a secret life as another person on the internet. I mean, thank you. And have you seen these videos of John O'Keefe, by the way? They're so touching. Hold on, let me see. I'm looking for the one that he made, that his niece made of him, pretending to be his niece. So funny. Oh, here's another one from an ex. It's been reported that the Free Karen readers learned of the jury's bus route and stood along the road with their pink pom-poms and dollar store paraphernalia as the bus went by. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. There's been so many false things. I've also heard it put out that Karen Reed went into rehab. I've seen no proof of that. Obviously, that's her own medical business. I don't know where sources are getting that. For some kind of drug problem, prescription drug problem, that certainly went around. But I haven't seen any proof of that. If something's brewing, it's taking a long time. You know what's brewing? Lunch is brewing. They're amending the verdict slip. Really? Oh, no. Get ready, guys. Get ready for some sadness. Yeah. I mean, just to prove my point, I just have to reporting Free Karen readers. Unreal. On X. Yeah, get ready. Is everybody ready if we get bad news? Thinking you hit someone isn't the same as hitting them. Dumb F. This is some of the messages I get. I love when they call me dumb. It's always the dumbest comment connected to calling you dumb. This is a good point on X. The defense never explained why Karen Reed went into reverse with a 74.5%. Their foot 74 point. I mean, it's called a throttle, but 74.5% down on the gas pedal. It's never been explained by the defense. Hey, Maestro. You're just getting ready for possibly there's rumblings of maybe a verdict. Let me look on. The free Karen readers are getting grumpy. Getting grumpy. Who's in the courthouse today? Does anyone know? Karen Reed seems to be dressed for an acquittal in a light blue suit. Her $3,000 suit. They use this kind of very light pastel colors, just the way the Menendez brothers use them to look less violent and threatening. Here's a picture of Hank Brennan and Turtle Boy. There's a look of contempt on Hank Brennan's face. Couldn't hide that. So they are at lunch now. We're at lunch. So I'm going to take lunch since we're not going to get a verdict till at least 1:30. So I'm going to go downstairs and get some groceries to make for lunch. Okay. Everybody hang tight. Okay. Do you think we're going to get a verdict today? How is everybody feeling? You think we're going to get a verdict? Is it true they have tomorrow and Friday off? It is, Elway. I just went over and he's fighting the good fight. Yeah, well, he was, I would have loved to tell you, like, I have no doubt that it's going to be a guilty verdict. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I just did. I had a lot of doubt. I tell it to you the way I see it, even if it's hurtful to my audience. I had a lot of people unsubscribe. Not a lot, a few unsubscribers after I criticized Hank Brennan's closing argument. Look, it just didn't happen. I mean, it's not evidence, but his narrative just happens to be not true. That Karen Reed hung up. Everybody was retweeting it and putting it out there that Karen Reed hung up on Jen McCabe after she said, "We saw you there last night outside my sister's." Click. No, it didn't happen. Didn't happen. I don't know. People were offended. Offended. That's okay. Better now than later. Better now than later. I mean, it's just like what it does is it's really odd. You're watching this trial where the defense has really no good defense. They have not a lot. They have a few of these really grifty witnesses that kind of get destroyed and cross and fall apart. They don't really have a defense. They don't have a reason why she was backing up. They don't have a reason why her taillight pieces were all over the crime scene. And you think it's a fairly open and shut case until you take in the innocence fraud campaign that they've done. And then it makes sense. Hey, Sherry's Life, thanks so much for the super sticker. But yeah, truth is hard. It's hard. It's going to be a hard pill to swallow. I would have loved. So you're watching this trial where you think, oh, it's going to be overwhelming. Who in their good mind would watch this and not think, like, right away, what are we waiting around for? Guilty, guilty, guilty. Hello. Sign. Done. And in any other state without this campaign, that's the way that would go. We'd have an hour and a half, 2 hour, maybe a day of deliberations. So it's very odd. So the impulse is to want to go to your audience like, oh, if you're not going going to consider the way the media has jumped on the innocence fraud campaign, the way Karen Reed has put it out, the supporters outside, the judge has helped along, everything. If you don't consider any of that, if you just take the court case in a bubble, like, wow, why wouldn't they come back? I just happen to, yeah, right. Just wasn't so sure. I thought we were headed towards we might get an acquittal today. I don't know. I just think I said, I said all along, if there are free Karen readers on the jury, or if they've been touched by this innocence fraud campaign, we're going for another hung jury. And I think I have been proved correct so far. I mean, we may get it, but I mean, if they come back from vacation, I mean, what are they going to do? Seriously? I mean, that's looking good for an acquittal then. I mean, then they get nonstop innocence fraud propaganda all weekend, the long weekend, 4 days. It's gone. I mean, any significant sentence, I think, I don't really have much hope for. Oh, here's Matt Topanic says it's the longest misdemeanor OUI deliberation ever, unless it isn't. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't know. And I don't believe that they don't ask the judge about the verdict sheets as they're getting charged with these, what is it called when she encourages you to come to some resolution? What is that charge that she gave them at the end there? And you don't ask about the verdict forms? I just think they were hung all across I don't believe the free Karen readers speak for the whole jury. I just don't. The people it's not a dynamite charge. It's something else. It's a blah, blah, blah instruction. Dalbert? What is it? Something like that? No, not an Allen. Stop. Hold on, let me see. It's basically like, please come to some kind of agreement before you call a mistrial. I mean, they've wasted, I don't know how much more money the state wants to waste on this. I mean, you want to see them coming into court today? I mean, they're back deliberating now. Hold on one second. Here we go. I mean, this whole I love you sign language thing is so cultish and weird.
Nice to see you guys.
I mean, Karen doesn't love anyone but herself. They don't love them. These people are ridiculous. Oh, it's so gross. I guess you have to tell your audience, your supporters, right? The audience out there waiting in the wings, waiting in the bleachers. Right? She didn't love John O'Keefe, and she was with him for 2 years. You know, some of them are good people in there who've just gotten used and abused. There's some, really disturbed and dangerous people who, I think one got outed on X today for being some kind of teacher or authority figure in a school, slept with her student. I mean, that kind of criminals themselves who want to watch another criminal get over on the system. They hate the police. They hate the people that caught them. Listen to this. The picture of Hank Brennan snarling at Dr. Turtleboy. Dr. Turtleboy. What a thing. Aiden Carney, the guy with a zillion witness harassment charges against him, indictments, should concern every American citizen when prosecutors have a personal vendetta against citizens, especially journalists. A journalist. Oh, let's see some of the responses to this. You have no idea what is on the horizons for you, little turtle. Hang on to the ride, child. You're a moron. The crisis is that you have all orchestrated a big circus led by a trashy blogger, psychopath, in an effort, and sexual deviant to boot, in an effort to force the exoneration of an angry drunk who mowed down a police officer, psychopathic murderer. Every prosecutor should be incensed. Journalist, Jesus. Look like agony of defeat. Okay, maybe. Yeah. Here's a nice comment. Roberta, you've done an amazing job. I hope you don't let a regretful outcome stop you from continuing to fight innocent fraud wherever you find it. We need more Roberta glasses in this country. It's pretty nice. Hopefully your fight will pick up steam and more people will have their eyes open. That's what it's going to take to put these innocence fraud campaigns down for once and all. I think it's going to they have to take the money out of it. And I don't know when this seems to be, I think one of the first innocence fraud campaigns of Sacco and Vanzetti, now that's just American myth, thanks to people like Howard Zinn, and forwarded that. His People's History of the United States has been used as textbooks. It's a great book by Mary Graber, Debunking Howard Zinn. Highly recommend. There's no footnotes in that book. That should give you your first clue. Your first clue that it's a problem. I'm still shocked how Roberta Glass went from sanity during the Adelson cat to batshit wrong on Karen Reed. I think you're talking about yourself, lady. I think you're talking about yourself. Da ba da ba da. Oh, they think now, I love this. These people are crazy. They think I'm Innocence Fraud Watch. I'm at the New York Post and I'm writing articles about Karen Reed. These. I'm telling half-truths. Okay, look, I love this. Roberta Glass, she's snarky and telling half-truths about Karina Kolokithis that she said Karen Reed complained about John O'Keefe's family. Yeah, because they refused to help her and John with the orphaned kids. Did they refuse? Did they? You know that they refused? So was that a half-truth or was that a whole truth? Seems like you disproved your point, lady. Oh, boy. Just check. This is called Checking In with the Free Karen Readers on X. Like we had a lot of, I don't know, a lot of people watching last night on X. Like more than 3 times the audience on YouTube yesterday. Defense Diaries. Oh God, they've been grifting off of this. Karen Reed's family. Oh, this, you got to see this. Taking pictures. Is this something? Taking pictures with outside the courthouse. This is the madness that Judge Canoni has created. Absolute madness. Here's Vinny hanging out. Oh my law. Vinny Politan just looked like totally in for the grift yesterday. Yeah, you know what I've been thinking about? This comes to me is the end of To Die For. Does anyone see that movie? Is Karen Reed are we gonna get like an acquittal? And is Karen Reed gonna be found under a frozen pond later? Yeah, me neither. I hope none of these jurors speak out after the verdict if they convict her of anything, because Lord knows defense will be all over it. They do. They will gaslight you. They do this also with with witnesses to reverse cases. They'll go after eyewitnesses and convince them that they have much more strong evidence than that they do, and they couldn't have seen what they've seen. Watch. I wish we could have a viewing. Maybe I'll do it on Kick. Maybe I'll do that soon. Viewing on Kick of just like one night only of the documentary A Murder in the Park, because that is such a awesome. The film is just is good. Is I would say fair, like B- maybe. It's just a whole documentary, but the story is so compelling. And you get to see it with your own eyes, how they put together that innocence fraud campaign. And they freed a guy, Anthony Porter, from death row. And in order to do that, they had to get an innocent person. They elicited a false confession. One of the guys who was involved in Amanda Knox's innocence fraud campaign was involved in that. And he's suing everybody who exposed it, including Martin Pribe, friend of the show. You speak for us, Roberta. Thanks, Myrna. That's so kind. Yeah, that would be cool to do. I don't know who would show up, but that would be just like a fun get together, blow off steam. I'd love to watch it again. Let me see if I can show you the. Oh, can I show you? I'll show you the trailer. So it's Martin Pribe, who I've done a bunch of episodes. If you haven't heard those episodes, I'd go back or subscribe to his Substack, Crooked City. It's another thing I like getting in my email box.
To free a wrongfully convicted man 48 hours away from being executed has got to be the great dream of any reporter anywhere.
There was one problem, though. It was one big lie.
A bunch of kids who had taken a course on journalism dug up the information that was there available to the police.
We went and we reenacted the crime, and we found out that the eyewitness couldn't have seen it at all.
Right, but no politicians will jump on this story because it hit the media like wildfire. And they won't look up. They won't ask around. They won't ask the detectives what happened. Can I look at the transcripts of the original trial? Why were these eyewitnesses so short? Talk to the eyewitnesses. They got these eyewitnesses to recant.
They were heroes.
The case was a pivotal moment in the abolition of the death penalty in Illinois.
I'm commuting the sentence to all death row inmates.
I said, there's something going on, but what's going on is not what you see on TV.
The journalism professor intentionally leaves out the most important fact of all.
They seized on the name of a guy with no evidence and concluded he was the real killer.
He tells me that a man is getting ready to die for something I did.
She told us that she had been there when her husband committed the crime.
I heard 2 gunshots. Totally inconsistent. The victims were shot 5 times.
How many shots did you hear?
Really 3, maybe 4, I don't know.
This case had a motive behind it bigger than the crime.
I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
These guys are saying they'll help me get out of prison. I'll say whatever they want me to say.
Right. That's another thing they use. They go to, oh God, people with motives. They say, we'll help your cousin, your brother, your blah, 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 get out of prison. They have prison snitches. They use that in Central Park 5. Julius Jones. Not Central Park 5, Julius Jones. I want to say, though, that didn't they have a snitch in that saying he did it alone? You know, adding to the story, adding. The irony is the Innocence Project just got Oklahoma to pass a no snitches law. You can't convict someone on a snitch's word, but they use snitches all the time.
We got the right guy.
Anthony Porter killed those 2 people.
It's an utter outrage. It's justice upside down.
What would make this right is my freedom.
Yeah, that's all story, Simon. They both got out. I mean, spoiler alert, they both got out. And Anthony Porter is no longer with us. You think you've been on the death row, that you do all these great things with your life, with the time that you have left. You're basically given a second chance at life, and they never do. Even when they're just out of prison, not even death row. The only person that I know who's gotten out from an innocence fraud campaign is Marty Tankleff, who went right back became a lawyer and went right back into the movement and started helping other people with their grift. But that's the amazing thing. Like, he went right out. The rumor was he was a pimp, died of a drug overdose. It's hard to get prosecutors to talk. It is. I have asked more prosecutors, and then because first of all, they're always trying cases. Okay, so, they're busy, and second of all, they can't really talk about if it's a high profile innocence fraud campaign. They don't legally. They can't talk much about it. Unless it's long past. Like, I got Ken Kratz to talk about it, but, so, yeah, it's hard to get them to talk. I heard they took lunch till 1:30. They could come back with a verdict. I just don't think we're going to see a verdict in this case, guys. That's where I'm at now. I'd be shocked if we saw a verdict. Yeah, the judge was an accomplice to Karen Reed. I mean, last trial, she turned down almost everything Adam Lally asked for, including Karen Reed's own statements. Off the record statements. That is wild. I just don't even know what she was thinking with that. Too prejudicial? No, what? Did you watch the trial? Go to my, I did some good episodes on Scott Peterson. Yeah, I haven't found one with a campaign that was guilty. Usually the few innocent people I found, bossy, either the Innocence Project wouldn't help them, or it wasn't, I can't remember one that I've covered. But every time I go into it, I'm hopeful. It would be great to find a real case of wrongful conviction with an actual campaign that worked. But it just doesn't happen. You have to think, and why it doesn't happen. You have to think every investigator had to be wrong, detective, police officer, prosecutor, every member, try to get 12 people to agree on anything. As you can see, it's a hard thing. Appeals court has to be wrong. Jury has to be wrong. It's a lot. It's just a very high bar in our country for conviction. It's not probably, it's not sort of. Right? And I think also young people are really more susceptible to this. It's science. Science tells us it can't happen, that stupid stuff. because older people have seen how much science has grown and changed. Forensic science has to be wrong. Not all of it has forensic science. I mean, a small percentage of cases are DNA cases. It's getting larger, but oh, they swarm. You're right. They won't leave it alone. It looks like I've never had I don't think I've ever had a post where I've posted Karen Reed guilty without some bot putting something under it. I don't know if they're paying people or people are just this dedicated. It's hard to know. Certainly, if you were doing an innocence fraud campaign, you'd want to manage social media and impressions so that if someone looked at something negative about Karen Reed, or you'd want to have the opposite argument or some kind of, so much they don't put so often they don't put an opposite argument. They just put a put down. They just put you down or say something terrible. A barrage of four-letter insults. You want to, really? Should I do nap time? Should I read you all a bedtime story? Yeah, with a fan behind me, it probably would put you to sleep. I could probably put you all to sleep, guys. I'm ready for a mid-morning nap. I still have another show to do. I don't know what kind of show I do at 6 o'clock, though. There's nothing going on. Really, France? What kind of wrongful conviction type stuff do you have in France, I wonder? Do you have like a innocence project type movement? There's not the money in it anywhere else. Nobody has our civil, like these civil payouts. I mean, 12 million, 10 million. Go to maybe I'll play that. All right, this is a good time. Since we're on this subject, I'll play my interview. I wish I could play it picture in picture. Okay, I know what I'll do. I'll keep an eye on the jury and I'll put up a banner. Hold on 1 second. I don't know. Are you too nervous? Are you guys too nervous to concentrate? Your eyes were twitching. Good. Yeah, I don't think so, though. I don't think we're going to get a verdict in this case. I don't. That's where I'm at. I'll be surprised if we get a verdict. I don't want to talk it into existence. All right, I'll just be quiet. I'll catch up with you guys later. Oh boy. All right. I spoke too soon. Maybe we are getting a verdict. Hold your horses, everybody. Hold your horses. I just saw that. We have movement. All right. Maybe we're getting a verdict. Maybe I was wrong. I was shocked. Is everybody prepared if it's going to be very disappointing? Could be a full acquittal. Is everybody ready for that? Not having to do with the facts in the case, right? Verdict form, you have to fight to have her even guilty of the most minor thing. I say this is a full acquittal. I think they all folded. That's what I think. That's where I'm at. Okay, Sarah. Have you been watching every day of this case? Oh, I was depressed for a long time. That was deeply depressing because it was just such a, I don't know if you've heard me talk to the Lee family lawyer. That was a great interview. I was like up all night editing that to get that out very fast. To hear how they were re-victimized by our court system and this fraud. And the judge was in on it. The judge was not, but they gave it to another fraud judge in Baltimore. Just let them walk like you're guilty. You're still convicted of it, but your time served. At least, that was the whole point of it. Where is your latex spouse? Is she here? Where's Maestro? Where is everybody? Are they seriously not going to be here for the verdict if we get a verdict? Amy Baker, I love your optimism. Oh, Tony, Natalie, you're here. You're going to get a phone call from me if it's really bad. It could be. He's easy. We got 825 watching. Attorney, jurors returning to court. You love my pessimism? I've just been on, I don't know. Anybody who's been following my podcast since the beginning will know. I've been on some sad side, like the losing side. And I don't mean in court. I mean sometimes, but just bamboozles of the court. Kim Kardashian calling it the last minute. Finally looks like we're going to triumph over a massive innocence fraud campaign. Kim Kardashian calls Trump one phone call. And apparently Trump is friends with someone who's high up in this movement. My best girlfriend next door, she was bamboozled to fold in a trial. She held out for a couple days and they got her to fold. And she is one of the most moral, resolute people I know. Yeah, people are very disappointing. I think this is going to be a disappointing verdict. Lottie Eliza is confident guilty of manslaughter. What is the crowd going to do? That, I know that would be, if it's something, I think it will be a tiny, puny charge, if anything. I sounded so different yesterday. What do you mean? I was, after what? Yesterday? Yeah. It's pragmatism. Those were the worst jury questions. They were great jury. The first three sounded great. Then the first one puts it all in context. Can we acquit on 2 charges? It sounded like good things for a guilty verdict. Yeah, until you hear the first one, which is, can we acquit? I mean, what's a worse question than that? The only thing worse than that is, can we acquit on all 3 charges? Oh, yeah. All right, I'll text. But oh, here's your late. I have she's at a doctor's appointment. I'll just tell her. The jury's coming back into court, so are the lawyers, the lying lawyers. Tony, you're out cutting grass? I feel like I'm going to throw up. Should we run the magic 8 ball about the verdict? It did us dirty the first day. Oh, magic 8 ball. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Don't worry, I'll go back, but will Karen Reed be found guilty of a significant charge? Here's the magic 8 ball. Ready? Ask again later. That's not good. That's not good. Maybe it's a hung jury. Maybe they're coming back to say they're hung. Yes, definitely. I asked again. Yes, definitely. All right. Magic 8 ball. No fortune telling. All right, I'm going to check another channel, see if another channel has anything but a fan. Long Crime. Oh no, Long Crime is showing like a huge crowd outside. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a mess. I can't even watch that. Sorry. I'm not. No, thanks, Law and Crime. I don't know. What do you think I should cover, Amber? I have Donna's case to go back to. I have a whole hearing I haven't even covered on that. But other than that, I don't know. People have ideas. I'll cover the civil trial of this. Thank you, John. Yeah, it's just a scene. It's just an absolute madhouse scene. I don't even want to show you guys. It's very unnerving. You think I should make a I'm just not a filmmaker. I'd love to make a documentary on innocence fraud. But you have to have some like camera, some kind of special camera and a filmmaker. If anybody wants to do it, anyone's a filmmaker. I know some very good people to talk to. I have some good contacts. Some charismatic people would be good for it. I can do the music too. I can do the AI music. The first documentary scored with AI music and my lyrics. Oh, Lord. La, la, la. Yeah, I could write a book. I could write a book. Oh, she's, yeah, no. Yeah, not my favorite. Okay. Jared. What's his name? I like Florida trials. There, Tony just wrote me and says, I have court TV running on the other side of the screen. They're all running around like pink chickens. I said it reminds me of Nexium. It really does, Tony, doesn't it? These people remind me of the Nexium people. They're not in reality. Todd. Jared. Oh, this is a murder for hire case too. Oh, wow. This does sound interesting. You already have one person already pled guilty in it? So is his wife coming up for, is that what it is? Oh, Shayna Gardner. This is already, oh, this is the Shayna Gardner case. Yeah. There's a trial coming up on it. Isn't this already done? So it hasn't started. Okay. Thanks, Penny. That's very nice of you to say. Yeah, it is very similar to Dan Markel's murder. Does anyone wonder what that email, that text message from Wendy to Charlie was about? That was so sweet. Think about that. Wow, they're going for maximum.
You are unmuted.
Receiving court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you. I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury. All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you.
This is all the clown show. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking of doing in 45. Magic 8 Ball says the conviction is certain of it. All right, guys, I don't even know what to say to that. A lawyer who's dealt with more juries might know, but I know each juror is different. This sounds like a child. I mean, childish stuff. What was that? A false alarm verdict? Yeah, crazy. This is all Judge. I mean, I see this as partially Judge Cannoni's gift to Karen Reed. She created this nightmare scenario where the jurors are afraid of the public. I mean, the rational ones, the one, it's wild. I mean, can you imagine if we get a jury note like, can we have personal security? They didn't even prove it. I mean, can we have someone with some cojones, some ovaries, something on that jury? Yeah, we're not going to see a verdict, I don't think, today. I don't know. I'd be surprised. We came close. The breaking news banner is still playing. There's no breaking news, guys. We had a false alarm. We had a false alarm, everyone. I know it's good for ratings, but I'll let everyone down. I'll watch my numbers go down. Yeah, sounds guilty. Really? Why do you think that sounds guilty, Maestro? I mean, someone's holding out. Hold them down and water bar for them. I mean, did they try to say guilty on some tiny, puny charge that she'll do some community service, that she'll pick up trash for taking a man's life, a man that everyone loved? You 2 children depended on's life? I mean, come on. Really? Yeah, I know. Me too. Me too. All right. Yeah, I just watched my numbers go down. I just watched the numbers when I said breaking news. False alarm. I just watched the numbers go down, 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 down. I don't care. All right, guys. This has been a lot of excitement for me. I'd love to sit here and talk it through with you guys, but I just don't even know what to say anymore. I don't have insight. I don't know where their minds are at. That sounds like cowards and children, and it doesn't give me a great feeling. That's all I can say. They came in. Okay, I'll tell you what happened. They came in. She goes, I hear we got a knock on the door that we had a verdict, and then that we got a knock 2 minutes later that we didn't have a verdict. And I'm just taking this verdict form and I'm sealing it. So they signed a whole verdict slip. Is that verdict form even signed? What are they going to do with it? I guess they needed a new verdict form, but then she had to do something with the old verdict form. And they're going to appeal. They're going to use that old verdict form and appeal on it. Unless it's higher than what, if she gets convicted of anything, they will use that old verdict form if it's lesser and appeal on it. So Bev is just making sure that that all bases are covered for Karen Reed, because she's always thinking about Karen Reed. Certainly not thinking about the O'Keefe family or the public. That's how the crowd on Court TV feels, that like I think it's 80+% that we're going to get a verdict today. I think this is a hung jury, in my opinion, but this is a good sign that maybe we will get a verdict in this case. I can't even imagine how frustrating. I know how frustrated I felt just to go over my jury experience at around this time last year. I was You could not have knocked me over with a feather. I was so shocked to have been picked as a juror. I was sure that I would be thrown out in a minute. That no one would want me on as a juror. And I was the only one picked in my group of 50. I mean, we were joking everybody agreed with me too. No one in my audience, who was there? Was anyone there this time last year? This is a whole new audience. Was anyone there when I was picked to be a juror? And the first vote was 11-1 guilty. And we had one woman just holding out. You were there, kiddies? Oh. And I got so triggered with this holdout. I was just listening because I knew I wouldn't be helpful to change her mind. I knew I was too emotional. I had already said my reasons, and they were certain testimony that I found particularly very convincing. And she had heard, different things. I heard some of the testimony wrong, felt that she was the only one in the room of 12 of us who felt that the defendant was at all credible. And I just let the other people in the room take over. But I can't even imagine being stuck with a woman like that. She was so frustrating. It was so frustrating. I understand if you have convictions and it's on something real, something you have maybe, or something technical or something, but I don't know. This was just like things like, I found the defendant convincing. I did. And I'm like thinking, this woman, I wondered if she just came in to nullify the jury, that no matter what it was, that she was just felt that nobody should ever be punished. And then we had people crying for a child molester. So he was so awful. Like, I don't know. I don't understand that. Me and this middle-aged guy were like, middle-aged father, we're like, why are you crying? You've seen the victim's family. They all testified. The victim testified. Don't you feel happy that we're handing them justice? This is how our society has moved. So we only think about, well, what if it was you and you were wrongfully accused or even rightfully accused? How hard it would be. Oh, prison is so hard. You know what's really hard? Being molested from age 4 to 8.5 by one of your guardian's husbands. Come on. The guy you trust. Yeah. You were there, Amy? Oh, it was awful. I was so triggered by that woman. And then I was super triggered. And then nobody wanted to walk with me. No one liked me after that. No one liked me after that. My usual friends on the jury, or the people I was like, we weren't on the jury long enough to be really like close. I was closest with the woman who sat next to me because we would walk to the subway together, but she was pretty standoffish. So I was like, what are you crying for? What are you crying? I just don't have that. I don't have that thing. My heart is with the victims and the victim's family. I don't go. And this guy, certainly not with this guy, this defendant. I get there crimes where people just, really lesser crimes where people really, just are broken people or whatever. I don't know. But this guy was out to destroy this family, to save himself. And he came in with his horrible wife, too. Oh, yeah. I felt badly for her. I have heard that certain people have security, yes. Connected to the Commonwealth. Wouldn't be surprised. All right, I'll be right back. Hang tough, everybody. I'm going to take a quick break.
Mic check, Roberta strides through the static haze. True crime Gotham where the shadows play their plays. Fraudsters fold when a spotlight beams. Fact-focused queen busting propaganda schemes. Glass shatter lies echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light. Hard cash warrior, dissecting state and defense. Twisted innocence, claims breaking pretense. Gotham's truth seeker cuts clean with the blade. Facts in the forefront, no justice gets swayed. Cold facts drip heavy, real talk unfurls. Cracking cases open like oysters with pearls. Innocence gimmicks crumble to dust in the wind. For victims, her creed, justice till the end. Headphones blazing, she drops heavy artillery. Narratives twisted, meet blunt object civility. Roberta got receipts that unravel the ploy. Exposing the lies these fraudsters deploy. Glass shatters lies, echoes through the streets. Standing for victims, giving voice their beats. NYC Post, truth sharp as night. Roberta exposing she's the anti-fraud light.
All right, we have a verdict. You thought I forgot about you. Hi, Julia. Whatever the verdict, we know the truth. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very prepared for a very disappointing verdict. Whatever the verdict, we know the truth. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Thank you, Julia. Maybe I'll just keep that up for a little bit. I'm here. I'm watching. I'm here with you all. Oh, here, Allison's with me. Oh, here. All right, Allison, thanks for joining. Have you been waiting long? I'm just not used to having guests. I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry I was longer. I had a work call that came, so no, thanks for inviting me again. It was such a pleasure to talk to you yesterday. Yeah, I'm so nervous for this verdict. So I guess it's an actual verdict, right? Because if they were hung, I don't think they'd announce there was a verdict, right?
Right, they could be hung on some charges. There's 3 charges, so they could be hung on like 2 out of the 3 or 1 out of the 3. But
I thought if they were hung on any, they're required to come back to the judge, and she's supposed to read that instruction to her.
Oh, so there's going to be some not guilty. So yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, there is that Daubert instruction or something. What is it called? It's like some. I know it's like some. It has some name, and I'm forgetting. What is that instruction with a hung jury? Hold on, let me look. I don't know why I'm saying Daubert. I don't even know. It's like a made up word I just thought of, but it's something. I know someone's screaming it at home, going, "You stupid woman! It's this! It's this!" Who knows it? Massachusetts.
Is it an Allen charge?
No, it's a different charge, I thought, but maybe it is. But it's for
Tui.
Yeah, Tui. There it is. You got it, Tui. Thank you. Yeah, it's just like Daubert, Tui. You know, just like it's a Tui instruction or something. They go back that you have to whatever.
I think there's a Massachusetts specific name because it's like Commonwealth versus TUI. So in other states, it probably is like Daubert, whatever.
Thank you. Thank you for being. I just think I made it up, but I don't know what I was thinking of. I don't know why it's a TUI. That's what I was thinking of, a TUI instruction. I'm talking to Allison Galvani from My Father's Alibi channel. Thanks to everybody who subscribed yesterday. Let me just do it. Let me put it up again. Hold on. Let me put up your YouTube channel. Yeah, you actually had. I mean, I'm going to be. I think it's time to get this. I think the next thing is the civil case, and it just may be, if we get acquitted on all counts, you should see the scene outside. It's wild, just all pink, just like it's a football game or something. Allison.
Oh, I feel so sorry for the O'Keefe seeing like a wave of
You
pink.
are unmuted.
Horrible.
Coming back.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present?
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yeah. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts just been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all? Yes. 003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me.
Well, she's guilty of operating under an influence, at least. Which
No jail time. No jail time.
No jail
Karen
time?
Reed.
No.
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold
not yet.
on, everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention?
I thought it could be
required by
2.5
statute, I must inform you
years.
that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
That is the power of innocence fraud. Don't say don't come in here and tell you didn't tell me anything. It's not it. This is an O.J. Simpson type verdict. You know, that's what you get. I told you guys. I tried to warn you. Right, no justice for the O'Keefe family. It's unjust and cruel, yeah.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that you be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
So yeah, a very sad day. A very sad day. This is what I've been talking about on my channel, the power of innocence fraud. I mean, I think there was no more. I'm trying to, talk as I'm having, whatever feelings, but I've seen so many of these that it's just like, just one more. I mean, it's just like, it's like when you choose to talk about this subject, it's like it's like you're rooting for, I don't know, what was the sports team in Boston that the baseball team that like didn't win traded Babe Ruth and didn't win for like whatever. That's basically it. You're on the losing side of so many things, and you see so much heartbreak and so many families re-victimized by our justice system. I mean, I don't know what more symbolic moment is when the screams literally flooded the courthouse of cheers, making this what we're witnessing here. They should say, no, take it outside. This, you're not allowed to do this shit in court. Take it outside.
Yeah, one of the Keefe family.
Well, they're gone. They're gone. I don't even know if they were there. I didn't even see them. The camera didn't even focus in on them. It's like they're non-existent. They've been totally, thanks to our media, totally erased from the story. And also a little bit, and this is not, I mean, you're in terrible shape after something like this. You don't want to go out on a campaign and have to have the guts to start campaigning to get justice and be the voice, that someone has to be the voice of John O'Keefe. 1 or 2 interviews aren't going to do it when there's a 1 million+ innocence fraud campaign like this. It was done very badly. And then we had even people on this side of the fence going, manslaughter. She didn't know what she was doing. Like Karen Reed apologists. And people were like, oh, they're on our side. They're not on my side. I'm not making apologies for Karen Reed. She knew where he was. She hit him. She was drunk. She hit him. She left him to die cruelly in a blizzard. That's the truth of the matter. This is just a farce. What Judge Cannoni let happen here is another cruel farce, just like Adnan Syed. And this is a key part. They have to have the celebration on the courthouse steps. This is a key ingredient to sort of like give it some kind of feeling of veracity. But she's still a murderer. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I know what I saw. We all know. We all watched. You watched every day of this trial. They never. I mean, I could have come here every day and been like, oh, we're going to get all 3. She's going to be guilty of murder 1 or guilty of manslaughter. I just didn't feel it.
Well,
I was unsure. Right.
Roberta, you worked tirelessly to hold her accountable and advocating for John O'Keefe and exposing the flaws and misinformation of the defense arguments and in certain media narratives. So at least we have that.
It's just sad, right?
Yeah.
It's a very sad day for the O'Keefe family. Look at all these
No, they had to walk past that.
people.
Oh my gosh.
Some of them are disturbed. Some of them are just good people who are fooled. We can't dehumanize all of them, but there are a lot of disturbed people with criminal backgrounds in that group. There are some good people who got fooled. It's a mixed bunch.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of good people that got fooled. I mean, like I personally know really intelligent people who believe that she was not guilty. And not guilty in this context, it's beyond reasonable doubt. So doesn't mean that she, even probabilistically, you can think like, I think she hit him, but I'm not sure. I think there's more than a 50% chance, which is, the preponderance of the evidence, which would be the standard in civil court. But yeah, that higher bar.
The problem is that her taillight pieces are all over the scene of the accident. So they never gave any counter story as to how her taillight pieces with John O'Keefe's DNA ended up on the scene. I mean, like you can say, well, maybe she broke her taillight with that love tap, but even her own expert says she couldn't have cracked it there, and there's no taillight there. Would she have done better? Adam Lally did better with less. I'm just going to say that, for all those people who are like, this is a much better case. And I kept going, I'm not sure this is a much better case. It's a much slicker case. Was it a much better case? I'm not sure. He certainly held down. Hank Brennan did a great job of, a slick job, entertaining job. Was it a better job? I don't know. I'm not putting him down. I guess I am a little. I'm just asking. I thought it was some of the best opening and closing but I don't think that court cases are won with opening and closing. Now is he regretting not putting on a rebuttal argument? I couldn't believe he didn't put on a rebuttal argument. I don't know if it would have helped. It's not about what happened in court. It's about this. But the fact that this was there last year, it's worse this year, was there that last year, and Adam Lally still held out and got a hung jury. Someone folded. Someone folded. Someone got weak and folded because they wanted to go home. They didn't want to come in another day. They wanted a vacation. It was hold out for justice for the O'Keefe family or get a vacation, and they folded. They had turtle riders pushing the jury.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I got very worried also when Karen Reed said we picked the jury. That made me seem like Karen Reed just has this she can have these really candid moments. So she has these side to her where she talks too much and confesses. So I was like, did they get someone? Did they put one of their own up to this? Did they get someone of their? Did they get a turtle rider? Obviously, they got someone who was. If they weren't a turtle rider, there was someone who was touched by this innocence fraud campaign in the jury. You don't get this. You don't move 12 people over with that trial without that pressure. And apparently, they were lining up to the bus. So they also can be scared for themselves. They have to also go work in this community. Yeah. Terrible, disgusting. And now she'll make a book, documentaries. This will not be the end. The next battle is the civil case. I don't know how much more I can take of it. I really don't. I don't know. And I think it looks very bad for any kind of conviction with, hey, honey, I knew yesterday that this was coming down. I mean, that was literally the worst questions, other than can we acquit on all three? Hello. Look, my cat is even upset. It's okay, honey. Yeah, you thought she was guilty too? Yeah, he thought she was guilty. And he's just, it's appalling that all these people are here, regardless of what you feel in this case. All these people are here for a woman, an accused murderer, a murderer. I mean, I think a murderer who they tried twice, not once, and was like, oh, the evidence is thin. The evidence wasn't thin. It was overwhelming. I mean, they can get their, I don't know. They had these, there's so much corruption, Allison. They had these ARCA witnesses that were so to explain a little bit of the background, it's really crazy. But Karen Reed, is everybody okay in my audience? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. I know this is like my 17th time around with this. It hurts just as bad every time. Yeah. Our justice system is going to continue to get more broken. This is what I've been warning about on this channel. Okay, everybody okay? All right. Yeah, it's a terrible outcome. That's what it does. It forces terrible outcomes. They got Karen Reed with the Unetti's connections got a federal investigation into her arrest. She got a good police officer. Do I approve of what someone did talking shit on their personal phone about a criminal case? Look at this. This is disgusting that they're even showing this. You know what? Do I have a picture of John O'Keefe? Do people want to watch this? Because I'm about to. I think we've seen enough. Or do people want to
put up a video or picture of John O'Keefe?
Okay, no more. Okay, all right. Okay, here we go. I think what they did, is hold on one second. They got a federal investigation into everybody that got Karen Reed. Then Karen Reed also, what that did was get the Karen Reed a whole knowledge, like a run on her case, how they were going to build her case. So the federal investigation gave her a sense of how they were going to build a case against her. And she built a counter case and a conspiracy theory, put it out through Turtle Boy. And we're going to see more of this now. This is not a one-off. This is not people are going to replicate this. First of all, it's so profitable. You're going to see more true crime. Matt Tapana called this true crime. I mean, I'm wondering how long I can actually, how long I can actually exist in this genre. This is the way it's going. Hold on. It's, very hard. I'm very lonely. There really are no other channels that do come at it from this point of view. Occasionally, I have another channel that comes at it from a guilty point of view on one case, but there really isn't another channel that's showing a pattern here or talking about innocence fraud. This is what we are. So she got this federal investigation that gave her the grand jury documents that also made it look like there was some kind of something wrong. And that's what brought everybody in. Smart people, good people, do people, that there was. All you have to do is they're investigating someone. Well, something corrupt. They wouldn't start an investigation for nothing or for a favor. But there was also, and that really the whole story hasn't been told about the federal investigation and how that worked. But there was this rivalry between the DA's office and the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office found no conspiracy, nothing. The three Karen Readers, some of them are still waiting for people to get arrested in the federal investigation. They still think they're lying and that it's continuing. And secondly, that really gave it a lot of it springboarded her whole innocence fraud movement, and it gave her a lot of money to fight this. So, this is not the first, big defense. So it got her the ARCA experts, and so the feds were feeding first trial, the ARCA experts on a sequestration order where they weren't supposed to hearing any of the testimony, all sorts of testimony. So everything was geared up. They had all sorts of advantages, and they had this judge, and I blame so much of it on this judge. She didn't put a gag order on things. I mean, everything was done just to put fuel on the fire of the innocence fraud campaign. So she didn't put a gag order until 2 weeks before trial. She actually struck down Adam Lally in the first trial's request for a gag order. I mean, all these things bring in the outside. The reason you do things like gag orders, sequestration orders, is so that you can have a real trial, not a fake trial with, the innocence fraud campaign literally in the court. And that's what you saw here. I mean, at the end, there could not be a more symbolic moment than the actual screams just flooding the courtroom. I could barely hear the actual jury foreperson. Could you? I was just watching.
No, I couldn't. I could hardly hear if they said guilty or not guilty.
It was hard. It was just like the campaign. It was just like a bunch of free Karen Readers in the courtroom with everybody. How is everybody else feeling? I'm sorry, Allison, I'm talking a lot. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the background of what's been sort of a little bit more. I don't know. I know you've been watching some of the trial, but there's such a huge history to this case that goes into every little decision. And I think there was a lot of people who were there wasn't a very good counter campaign either. Anybody else have anything to say? They said not guilty with a bit of shame in their voice. It did feel kind of shameful. I don't know. You could barely hear them. Hell will be hot for Karen. Yeah. If you believe in hell, I don't know if there is a hell. That the he reported that the Reeds, what? They're going to celebrate. She's going to get drunk and maybe run someone else over tonight to celebrate.
I don't understand why Brennan didn't ask for at least the maximum sentence for operating under the influence in Massachusetts. Unless, I mean, I just Googled it. You can, even for a first-time offense, you can get 2.5 years jail time. And the judge even acknowledged, okay, you're asking for the standard of a first-time drinking under the influence. Like, I feel like Hank Brennan should have had argument ready to advocate for the maximum sentence under the circumstances.
Right. I don't know why. And that's what it felt like when he, and I pointed this out and then people got mad and unsubscribed at me. But when he was asking for murder in the second degree, he's like, this is very, very hard, but he didn't say, he says like, this is very hard. And he's kind of weakly asked for second degree murder. And he didn't bring it home emotionally, what the family had lost, what and I know you're not supposed to base your opinion on that, but Karen Reed has so much, you have this innocence fraud campaign where a woman's fighting for her life. No, she's not fighting for her life. Either way, she's going to live. Okay. It's not a death penalty. Even with a death penalty case, you have a lot of years to live even before that comes down. But,
yeah, I agree that he may have been too slick and the jury may not have related to him.
Someone said, I thought, well, the great thing about Hank Brennan is he did a lot of things. He exposed the ARCA fraud, which I think Adam Lally was. I mean, I'm going to say he did a lot of good in this case, but the bad thing is he's a defense attorney. He just didn't have that fire in his belly that you have when he's born to be a defense attorney. He had to look, and my friend said to me, I said, why do you think he looked back at Peg O'Keefe before he gave his speech? He goes, well, he's got to get in character. It doesn't come naturally to him to be like, that kind of fire in your belly. All I can say is that when you get that kind of when you're born with this like natural feeling for victims and a need for justice for victims and their families, I feel like you get to, and you go on one side or the other. And you see it in certain prosecutors. John Lewin, he goes, I would never be a defense attorney. I would never go out and have to say things I didn't mean and be a defense attorney and lie for a living. I would hate to do that. Also, I've also heard Georgia Kappelman say the same thing. I'm just not a defense attorney. I couldn't do it. I'm here with the small money. I'm taking the smaller money. I know it seems like a lot of money to me. It's like $300,000 a year, $250,000 seems like a lot of money, but really it's not compared to what you can make as a defense attorney. And she goes, it's just, that's where her heart is. Those are kind of my people, those people who, there's a lot of lawyers who could do both. He's been both a prosecutor and a defense attorney. I don't know why he didn't ask for more. There is no appeal for the Commonwealth. And as our legal system gets more fraudulent and more dirty tricks. So if there are more dirty tricks by the defense that are exposed as time goes on, I wonder if there will be some kind of laws in 20 years when our legal system is totally collapsed under the weight of this movement. There will be some kind of laws that if you use fraud to get someone, some kind of out, that you get, the state gets a second or third chance at it. I don't know. I wonder.
Well, I do think in future trials, it's possible to bring up the statement by the court for Alan Jackson, well, the entire team, that she found, like on the record, that they had repeatedly misled the court. That could that be brought up to impeach him, or that's only really for witnesses? Impeachment's only for witnesses.
Well, it was. They could all face fines. They won't because the lawyers just.
Well,
tend
she had her chance. I think it's too late for that. Like, she could have done that. I was so surprised that she didn't at least implement a fine for contempt of court. Like, that was such a clear case of contempt of court.
Yeah, she's a fraudster herself. So she's a former defense attorney, public defender, and she's just an absolute phony, fake fraudster, innocent fraudster herself. I know I sound like I'm throwing around that word a lot, but she made so many. She just let this. She said there'll be no more. She didn't use the word lie, but whatever the euphemism is they use, misstatements, lack of candor, whatever else she used. And then about 45 minutes, they started lying to the court again and nothing happened. So there was no consequences in this courtroom. There were so many times that the defense, and I think maybe it was dealt with behind the scenes in these sidebars, but they rode with the witnesses. They broke sequestration orders. They had the federal government feeding witnesses information. They lied to the first jury. I mean, I think that the beginning of the fraud of this case is just, we've only seen a tiny fraction, and what's underneath is, really. And I don't say that just because, obviously innocence fraud campaign, fraud, any kind of fraud is fraud, whether we're talking about innocence fraud or not. But I have a feeling that this is a lot dirtier than we know about with the defense team.
She was like a parent saying to her kids, like, if you don't settle down, I'm gonna turn this car around, but then just keeps going. Don't settle down.
Exactly. She was exactly like that. And by not putting she wouldn't even give the Commonwealth, allow the Commonwealth to use Karen Reed's own statements in the first trial. She gave those. There's no controversy about those statements that she gave to Gretchen Voss. She gave them willfully, freely, with her lawyer sitting next to her. Why not? That's the issue. She knew that when she gave away those, and it worked. The reason they gave all those interviews, everyone's like, why did she say all these incriminating things on camera? She basically admitted it because she had to hype up that fed her innocence fraud campaign, the documentary, the blah, 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 the this, the that. That's all part of it. They're all accomplices. So it's not just her defense team. It's the federal government. It's her lying lawyers. It's all the Vinnie Politan, Gretchen Voss, who eventually went on this side, but originally she's the first person who pushed out the narrative that of Karen Reed being in a panic, not knowing, maybe a giant conspiracy. Aidan Carney. It takes a lot of people to make this fraud work. If we had a real, Martin Pribe, I don't know if I can speak for him, but I think where his interest is, because he's a journalist, he has the Crooked City Substack, is he feels that just having a media who actually did what they're supposed to do, which is to investigate and report fairly and not be a mouthpiece for these defense teams and these murderers, would go a long way to fighting innocence fraud. I believe that's my take on his work. You can read his own work at Crooked City Substack and check out, or his book, Crooked City. He just concentrates on Chicago because that's really, it's just the beginning of this whole movement. Thank you, Myrna. No justice for the O'Keefe family. I had a feeling that they would be re-victimized by our justice system. I had a feeling it was coming. I'm glad I was prepared somewhat. I hope I prepared you guys. I was not trying to bring everybody down. I was just trying. I hope so. What we saw was a case that was very strong. If I saw more, I think it would be an easier verdict if I saw a case that was more iffy or more up in the air. But That's what Dr. La Posada does. She goes from court to court to court. She gets paid a lot of money to get killers off. God says it's over. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think Hank Brennan, he was powerful and he's very skilled in a technical sense, but I think you're right that his experience has been as a defense attorney for decades, and he, in that capacity, his objective is to minimize the accused's culpability and the severity of the crime. And yeah, some of his approaches seemed, and his sort of lack of emotion seemed more appropriate for a defense attorney. His questioning of witnesses, because you didn't get the sense, he did talk about what a stellar person John O'Keefe was, but like when he was examining Peggy O'Keefe, you didn't get a sense of genuine compassion from him. He may have felt it, but he just may be accustomed to suppressing the compassion for the victims as a defense attorney, you know?
That's interesting. That's an interesting observation. I could never get a read on Hank Brennan. I was impressed by his skill. My favorite Hank Brennan moment was him calling out the ARCA witnesses, but he could have gone further and didn't, you know. I don't know why but you know, we also don't know what happened in those sidebars, but publicly he could have gone further. He could have, he could have gone further. There was definitely a lot more there. And of course, you know, I think also a big help was inviting ARCA back into you know what, I'm saying it like the actual trial mattered. Obviously the trial didn't matter, you know, with the ARCA, without ARCA, it's really the outside coming in, but it didn't help certainly to have those ARCA witnesses in the trial, although they did bring in some nice evidence of her guilt. You know, they did a reconstruction that looked an awfully like the Commonwealth's case that the Commonwealth showed in their closing argument. So yeah, now they can go to Luigi Mangione, right, and sit outside. Yeah, they will go on to different cases. A lot of these people will go from case to case to case. You know, the real hardcore innocence fraudsters will go from case to case to case and go from killer to killer to killer and say it's all a big conspiracy against them. Also, another one is Brian Kohberger. Are you following that at all, Allison?
I'm following some of that, but yeah, I can't believe there's people defending him. He's so clearly guilty. You know, they're just trying on technicalities to, as far as I've seen, his attorneys to argue that like the genetic data is not admissible. But yeah, when you're just focusing on the technicalities of like the general ethics of these using genetic information from relatives, then that's not true innocence, you know. Yeah, and I can't understand how there's a movement behind Kohberger. That's even more baffling than this case, actually, from what I
they've given him autism, you know, and somehow he was teaching classes dealing with people. Yeah, I think I will
try that too. Like,
right.
That's insulting to everyone who has autism. I think there aren't higher rates of crime. In fact, I think there may even be lower rates of crime of people that have autism. Like, they're better at following rules in general, you know? So, yeah, that autism could make him not culpable for viciously killing 4 people that he didn't even know. He had no motive except enjoying the sadistic, what he found a sadistic pleasure and of that crime. It doesn't get more evil than Koberger.
Yeah. I thank God, I had someone who, I was talking to someone who really knew innocence fraud and was keeping me, because I was watching this case. Sorry, I'm just like back in this case, watching this case, and I'm going, she's getting murdered and like she's getting killed metaphorically every day. It was like a great day for the Commonwealth. Almost every day in this case, we had 2 bad days for the Commonwealth, but every other day it was just like more evidence, more just piling up. I'm like, how is this woman not going to get convicted? And my friend was remember the power. And I was like, yes. Remember the power, the innocence fraud campaign. Remember the power. Because I've been in other cases with innocence fraud campaigns and they come out like this. And Maestro was like, oh, she's getting convicted. She's getting convicted. I mean, but I was like, but of what? OUI? I mean, that to me, that's a joke. And the thing is, this is like when you see people walk like this with very disturbed personalities, this is where I'm thinking now, is she going to, if the rumors are true, I don't know if they are, obviously we've had some fake rumors in this case before, but if the rumors are true that she lit her boyfriend's car on fire, she held a knife to another boyfriend's neck, those are the rumors, okay? Is she, with all this, what tends to happen is this kind of narcissistic supply, as long as they're getting narcissistic supply from the public, when that starts to fade in 5-10 years, if it does, are we going to see her reoffend in some way?
Yeah, I can't imagine that she's not going to stop drinking and driving. I'm just shocked that she got only that Hank Brennan didn't. I just can't get over that. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding about Massachusetts law, but I'm just Googling it. But it seems
I think he didn't want to lose again. I think he's very competitive and didn't want to lose again, and just threw in the towel. Like at that point, look at the scenario. He knew with that judge it was a waste of time. It's like a waste of time. Onto the civil case, like he's not in the civil case, but onto it. He just threw in the towel when he could have made a good argument for, you're right, 1 or 2 years in prison. I just knew he wouldn't. I mean, I just knew it wasn't going to go that way. Even if he did make that argument, he didn't want to lose publicly again. I think that's my take on it.
Well, that's the problem with a lot of prosecutors, that they would rather not pursue justice to the full extent than to lose a case. They're
right on, Allison, right on. They have to have these slam dunk, overwhelming, beyond. I mean, they want to go in with, and all the people who don't even get charged. I mean, we know with your mother's case, they were like, oh, her car's in they were still married, right? Were they divorced or were they still married?
They were. Well, she had left and they were going through divorce, but she was not living at his house. Yeah. So her car
Nancy
being
Gilhani, right?
Yeah.
Her car's there, but well, we got this John Kecker, John
Kecker, who donates to the district attorney campaign. He's very influential. He represented high profile politicians in San Francisco, including some national politicians. And yeah, I think, if my father hadn't been able to afford such expensive representation, the prosecution would have he was arrested, the prosecution would have gone forward. Yeah, that her car was in his garage. He told everyone that's where she was going. She'd be back in a few. She's going to pick me up. He'd arranged for me to be elsewhere, then claimed I was his alibi. There was overwhelming evidence. The investigators multiple generations of investigators have thought there's a strong case against him.
Yeah. And there sure is. I'm going to talk about it in a second. Let me just steal. Manny has a conspiracy theory. Wasn't Hank. It was jury tampering. I think they put out the word during jury selection of wearing business attire, some symbol, some free Karen Reed symbol to ID your free Karen Reed or Turtle Boy. And that's how they knew the whole panel was free Karen Reed. They knew. I don't know. It was obviously there was someone on the panel who wasn't free Karen Reed, or we would have gotten a full acquittal. Someone wanted to hold her. Someone got talked down to hold her accountable for some small little something. And, I know my my bestie girlfriend in the city. She's really a very, very, very sharp, educated, principled person, and she got flipped on a jury. I mean, it sounded like they had him dead to rights in a drug dealing case, and they all just decided to give this guy they had slick lawyers, and they decided to give him a chance. And more importantly, our society has shifted to embracing the criminal and dismantling the oppressive legal systems. Right. It's become very anti-police. The police have been vilified. There's been a war on the police. They've totally ghosted victims' family members. I wonder how many people in Massachusetts actually went after an interview with the O'Keefe family or anyone or the O'Keefe's friend. I know that Julie Grant had on John O'Keefe's friends one morning, but I mean, how many interviews did they do? There has to be a counter. If anybody wants to talk to me, if there's any victims' family members out there or prosecutors or anyone who has an innocent fraud campaign working against them and wants to talk, I'm always free to talk. My email address is but it has to, there is a formula to fighting this. There has to be one really good place to go for counter information. Innocence Fraud Watch did a great job with that, but that's a small website. You need the Justice for John O'Keefe website was pretty much useless. There wasn't any real interviews with the O'Keefe family as a family. No one saw how they were being impacted as a family. We saw just Paul O'Keefe, and you can't blame them. They are traumatized. They were re-traumatized by Kearney and co. I mean, I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying that this is part of what you have to do, is put out a counter PR campaign that's really factual, and it just never came together here. And to have even people on this side of the fence, basically making apologies for Karen Reed. She saw red when she lost it. She was hysterical. I don't. I see her as a much more cool and calculated operator than that. I'm not saying she doesn't get angry. I'm just saying that she knows what she does, and she does, she does the cover up. And more importantly, our society has shifted, to embracing. Okay, done. Yeah, certainly. In criminals, I mean, look at Shawshank Redemption. Look at the media since Hollywood has fully embraced. I mean, we have a whole tradition of like poor criminal in prison. I love even going back to Cool Hand Luke, making them. There aren't a lot of movies about, crime victims and victims' family members and what they go through. I mean, it's very different than it was 30, 40 years ago. Certainly, there's a lot more media. I mean, you would just. I'm just thinking of the Manson murders, and Sharon Tate's mother was like all over the place, and her sister all over the place. They never stopped giving interviews. They were always out there. I'm
wondering if I should do more for my mother's case again. Like the authorities have asked me to not talk much, but it does seem like there was movement, and now it's slowed down again. And as you're saying, Roberta, like the public attention really motivates the authorities to devote resources and do what's right.
Yeah, and you don't even have an innocence fraud campaign against you. You're just trying to get the district attorney and co to try this thing, and it's turned in from John Kecker did a real job. That guy is smooth operator. And all these, there should be a whole sequestration order. The fact that all these attorneys socialize and know each other and give money to DAs, that whole thing, it stops them from ever getting in trouble. I mean, they feel, obviously, to do what they did in this case, they had to feel, Yannetti and co had to feel invincible and like they never get in trouble. They could start a witness harassment campaign with Aidan Carney. They could pay the witnesses and lie about they could do all this and they'll never get in trouble. And if they get some small fine, the public will pay it off because the innocence fraud campaign has brought in so much money. So yeah, I think if they've told you to be quiet, I don't know. I think that it depends on how long it goes for, but I think it's always helpful if they start to stall or you feel like I think it's always helpful to get your voice out there because you are your mother's voice. Get it out there. And that's always, the purpose of one of the purposes of the murder is to forever silence the victim. But the voice of the victim lives on and those that can and hold that torch and be the voice for them. So that's what we have to try to do, is be the voice of the voiceless and the victims and get their story out center. Aren't you ready? All right. Well, how's your book going? I know that's a terrible question to ask. I'm a writer's daughter to ask a writer, but
I do have what could be a complete draft, but I was revising it and I put it on the back burner the last couple of months. But I've had I have a literary agent, Curtis Brown, actually, they're in New York, and I've had offers from publishers. So
it also feels like your mother's story is still you know what I mean? It's still going. There's still, I don't know. I feel like there's so much stuff to still happen with that case. I mean, how do you feel like you could survive a trial and the stress of the trial? Would you be ready for something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I would be. I know it would be stressful, but I would be. I think I'm more than prepared to endure that. Even if there's victim, I would just be so relieved that she's finally getting justice or a chance for justice. That would mean the world to me if there's a trial. And no, I have to thank you, Roberta. Like, your audience has been instrumental in writing emails and advocating to the prosecutor, and he's acknowledged that. And I know it's made it possible for them to direct more resources to the case. It's easy for cold cases just to fall by the wayside. In fact, it wasn't on their radar at all. But then when they looked, when they reviewed the files, they were stunned that my father hadn't been prosecuted.
Yeah. But doesn't it scare you, though, to see a case like this and to think that maybe, this is what scares me. I don't want to put fear, I don't want to put fear in your mind, but what scares me is that all this true crime media making excuses for maybe why your mother's car was in your father's garage. Maybe it was a conspiracy. Maybe your father's lawyer will put maybe it got towed over there to just, blame it on the husband. Maybe it's some sort of conspiracy or or they'll even go there in their mind. What you want is, when I was talking to John Lewin, he said, I never want any actors or actresses on my jury. And I said, why not? Because they always think, what if something really improbable would have happened? And I feel like our media and our true crime media And all this innocence fraud is putting people in this kind of conspiracy-minded state to not look at the evidence and go into some kind of their imagination of what could have happened. Does that scare you at all?
I can't imagine, I'm biased, but I feel like the evidence is even more clear cut in my mother's case than in this case. And even if he was found not guilty, I would still feel that prosecuting him was more accountability than she's gotten so far.
Yeah, I just can see your dad going like, oh, it's some boyfriend from 1,000 years ago that blah, blah, blah. They resurrect someone that maybe even dead. Or, I'm not trying to give him any ideas, but, this is how they work. It's how these defense attorneys work. They pull up someone who's dead, a serial killer, a this, a that, and some other excuse. So we'll be there for you to fight the good fight, me and my audience. I hope it comes. I really do hope for justice for your mom and for you. This has been way too long in coming. I'm talking to Allison Galvani from My Father's Alibi channel. I don't know, with all this upset today, if I hope I meant to put it in the chat. I don't know if I did, but I will right now. I will. Oh, I'm getting some feedback. Hold on.
Sorry, Roberta. It just cut out for a minute or so. Yeah, another device picked up my headset, unfortunately.
I could hear it. I could hear it going. I just said that
really?
when you're ready, when this comes to trial, your mother's case comes to trial, your father goes to trial, we will be here to fight the good fight with you. But I think I might take a break to something, just a little break for a little while to get my head. I just don't think I can do a heartbreaker all through the summer. I just think I need a little break. I don't think I can stay on this, on Karen Reed through the summer. I just don't think so. If people were asking if I was going to stay on this, I do need a break to something new for a little bit. I know it's important for me to get this message out and talk about innocence fraud, but there are times when I do need a break on something a little bit that's not quite so heavy and not quite such a heartbreaker.
Yeah, no, that's more than understandable. Like you've deserved a break. You've advocated more tirelessly than anyone else I know for this. I mean, anyone out there on any other channel. You've probably been thinking about it more than the prosecutor. Yeah, you should really be commended for that.
No, I just mean that just a break from this case for a little bit. Do something else. I'll go to something else for a little bit. That's maybe not quite. That's I don't know, Donna Adelson, something else for a little bit. I will return for the civil case on this. I'm not going to abandon this totally, but I do. This has been a real heartbreaker. Even though I saw it coming, even though I warned you all, I saw it coming. I thought that this was the way it was going to go. I was very worried in this final last weeks. And I do. I know that I can't, I know my limits, and I do need sometimes to have some breaks on things that are lighter. I know all murder cases are dark and hard, but the injustice of this is hard to take. It's hard.
Yeah, mentioning the Adelson case, that's at least we can celebrate that the jury didn't buy his innocence, Charlie Adelson's innocence fraud campaign. Like he claimed that he was the victim of a double extortion plot, and at least the jury came back fast, and they hardly had time to go to the bathroom and fill out the form, and he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. And I think now it's his mother who's, I think she's going to be convicted as well. We've already, we've had, let's see, 4 convictions in that murder, because there's the 2 hitmen, the middle woman, Charlie Adelson. Now Donna Adelson is on trial, and there may even be 2 other family members who are culpable.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
at
it's,
least we have 4 convictions in that.
right. I mean, it's not total. I feel like I understand that case psychologically. I think culturally, I wasn't raised Jewish, but I am, I am 3/4 Jewish. I feel like I understand the personalities in that case very well. And it's those for me, it's a very easy case to talk about because I feel like I understand the characters very well. And what motivates them, especially Donna and Wendy. And I understand the dynamic and even the dynamics between Donna and her husband, Harvey. And I've heard some things. I have some sources outside that in that case that tell me things and give me some perspective. But this is just, I will always, I think that I don't know. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but I know that I have to preserve myself a little bit. So to just totally 100% just say, okay, now like come Monday, now we're going to talk about the civil case. I think I'm going to drive myself crazy. I mean, that could be a heartbreak too, right? I mean, we could be seeing, we don't even know. I mean, we don't even know how they're going to form a jury for a civil case. I mean, if a civil case would even hold her accountable, this is how.
And driving under the influence, that alone wouldn't be a civil charge. It would have to involve John O'Keefe for them to get a civil settlement. But yes, preponderance of the evidence instead of this much higher bar of reasonable doubt. But does she have assets left? Like, I guess they can garner any future earnings, but she claims that she's in debt for her legal fees, although
she looks pretty good. Look at her. I mean, I will tell you, she's made over $1 million. I mean, that's just some of the money we don't have any, it has no accounting for. Alan Jackson, there's another thing. I mean, they could go after him for, is running the campaign there, has a fund for her and takes care of the money. And that's a whole nother thing to look into. The problem is, there's so much fraud in our country from I don't know. I'll just throw this out. I don't know. I haven't looked deeply into this. I've just spent a couple days taking a deep dive into, what is it? What was the movie that was done on that? It was like they pretended to be Arabs or sheiks or whatever, and they bribed all these New Jersey politicians. This is like in the 70s. It was that case, and they did a movie based on it with oh, Lord help me, guys. I'm having a name day. It won like Oscar. It's like a famous thing. They dressed up like they like the government entrapped them basically and dressed up like Arabs and basically said, we're going to give money to your campaign. The Abscam case. Abscam. Thank you guys. Abscam. But that was like the one time when our government was really, and my family friend was the judge. Judge Fulham was the judge in that. I used to swim in his, had a great pool. Used to swim in his house growing up. I think that with that, it really went all these dirty politicians basically got off. And what I mean, there's like a few here and there, but we really don't hold our politicians. There's so much corruption in this country. There's so many frauds. I mean, Scientology, everybody knows Scientology is still a fraud and it still goes on. So it's really hard to stop things in our country that are making people money. Who's going to hold them accountable? Our crooked, I don't mean to be too down, but our crooked politicians, our crooked, it's a crisis of morality in our country, I would say. American Hustle, thank you. Yeah. Who's going to hold it? Who's going to hold it accountable? And there's been so much doubt put on our courts, and they've thrown it all on the prosecution side. And of course, there have been, occasionally, very occasionally, a wrongful conviction or two. Very occasionally, I would say, so rare, such a rare occurrence, because you have to meet this high bar, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, they're trying to make it look, they're trying to break our justice system by innuendo and propaganda. I mean, that's essentially it. So that nobody has any faith in the American justice system. And hard too. Could plea deal turn out with same results? No, I think she was given 18 months in prison. She did better than if she took a plea deal, I think. Right. I think I've heard that I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I've also heard she wasn't offered a plea deal. But I mean, I would think, yeah, it's too much. Yeah, I understand, Rachel. It's hard. It's hard to take. It's hard to take, everybody. We're all here for each other. I get it. It's hard. This is a hard subject. It's like being a big loser all the time. It's a heartbreaking loss over and over again. That's what being on the right side of this case is like. And yes, no money. and no money. And no money too. throw it that. Other than that, and loss of subscriptions, and oh God, it's just very hard. I laugh when people go, "Oh, you're just grifting." Yeah, that has to be the dumbest grift in the world. The world's dumbest grift to take this side of this case or any other case with an innocence fraud campaign, making a murderer people, think I'm the only one who, at that time, for a long time, I worked and I just did this, I didn't monetize anything. But the problem is that it takes up more and more of your time. And then so people go, what are you doing devoting all this time to something that doesn't bring you in and you're losing income because things cost money? And yeah, so that's how it goes. It's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to do. That's all I'm saying. It's a hard road to hoe. It would be the stupidest grift in the world. Karen is such a crap. Yeah, Judge Bev wouldn't have given her any jail time. She just did everything she could to get her off. How do you how do you get...
At least, I don't know, I'm disappointed that he didn't at least attempt to get a jail sentence, given that actually it seems like Massachusetts has one of the highest maximum sentences for first time, just based on my Googling it, 2.5 years in jail. Like that would have, compared to nothing, that would have been meaningful. And I feel like if he'd argued 2.5 years, because he could have argued, okay, she was drinking under influence and that she's been found guilty. And even if, she's been found not guilty of manslaughter, etc., she was still driving in treacherous conditions and not just slightly over the legal limit. She seemed like she was just a number of drinks she had, and given like her body weight. In fact, Maestro did an amazing graph. I think you showed it on your channel of it was brilliant, calculating her blood alcohol content over time. But anyway, I guess, yeah, I do think it was that he didn't want to lose. But see, then this is what is problematic. Like the lawyer's ego shouldn't come into it. If they're really exclusively focused on justice. And yeah, I feel like he was just exhausted and gave up. And
that wasn't about the O'Keefes. He was no longer, that was just about himself and his own ego and his own. That was not about. He just. I don't know if he cleared it with the O'Keefes. If we get something like that, I would hope so. Something. Shayna says. So what now? John's family will just never know. No, they know who killed their son.
Oh yeah, they've said they know.
They know. They don't have any doubt.
Yeah.
I don't have any doubt. I don't think the people in my audience have any doubt who did it. Karen did it. But the problem now is that, if is legally, this is another problem with our legal system, is that legally, if you say Karen did it, you can be liable.
Well, you can say my opinion. Your opinion is it.
Right. But I don't know. What am I make t-shirts? My opinion is Karen is a murderer. You know what I mean? Like, not such a powerful t-shirt. So they all go, so the press goes all out of their way. They don't even say she was accused twice of, they have already framed it in this way. The press helped her out a lot. Yeah. I know, Shayna. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. What you meant was, I think, Shayna, like, what now? Are they robbed for justice forever? No one's ever going to be held accountable? Yes. In this way, criminally, yes. This is it. This is the end of the road for them.
Yeah.
They were re-victimized by our justice system.
I mean, even after Richard Allen was convicted, a lot of the media were still saying like alleged perpetrator and it's like, no, you don't need to say alleged anymore. He's been convicted. So, and I think that was something that although he thankfully, because I do think he was guilty, was found guilty. His innocence, fraud, blame the Odinists campaign was so effective that the media still were saying alleged even after he was convicted.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I just think this, I think that I just want to say that Adam Lally, I just want to give, this has really made me appreciate Adam Lally, who was up against it. Even people who thought Karen Read was guilty were criticizing Adam Lally. And he's not showy. He's just a good lawyer. So I want to give a little props to Adam Lally, who held off a conviction, I thought Hank Brennan also did very well bringing out the ARCA things.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't, I don't know. I don't think it had to do with losing in the courtroom. It was how there was a sort of idea that this would all be handled in court and that the innocence fraud campaign wouldn't come inside the courtroom when it literally did. It literally flooded. It's like if the voices of those people could have been a wave or something physical, it would have been a flood coming in through the windows, a pink just flooding in the courtroom. And it did every day. Every day it touched this trial, and we didn't have a judge who protected her case. That was the judge was a big problem too.
Both sides didn't seem to like the judge. So
terrible.
Yeah, she doesn't
terrible. Terrible judge. I mean, she just didn't protect the victim's family at all in any way, didn't protect the case in any way, didn't do the minimum by putting a gag order on this case immediately. I mean, Karen Read could have still given all the interviews she wanted, but her lawyers couldn't have propagandized the public with their innocence fraud campaign, and they did. And also, she could have gotten the cameras out of the courtroom. That would have been helpful. Sickening results. Thanks for your coverage. Thank you, Robert. I'm gonna be back at 6. This is not going to be a fun. I'll try to make it as fun as I can. I feel as badly as everybody else does, just so you know. But I'm getting some weird sounds from you. Allison Galvani, my father's alibi. I put you in the chat. Go subscribe to Allison. She's fighting for justice for her mother, Nancy Galvani, and we all support her. Do you need us to do anything? Do you need more letters? How can we help? How can we help, Allison?
Well, that would be incredibly appreciated if no, thank you for asking. Even like a quick email, I don't want it to be too daunting, but that just writing to the prosecutor saying that Nancy Galvani still deserves justice. Even a sentence like that is meaningful and has motivated the prosecutors. In fact, they appreciate to hear the public's interest, and they were impressed. I think like hearing from their constituents is really meaningful, but they were astonished that they were hearing, from Holland and Canada. So I can put if it's okay, I could put the email for the prosecutor, Mr. Maya.
Yeah. I have to say I was guilty. I wrote very late, but I wrote just a couple sentences that it meant something to me. It really meant something to me that Nancy Galvani get justice and that her daughter get justice. It wasn't a long letter. It doesn't have to be a long email. It just has to be from the heart and let people know that Nancy Galvani and her daughter seeing justice is important to you. And you hope that they're doing everything to reinvestigate her case and bring her killer to justice. That's all you have to say. That's a great way for everyone who's heartbroken about this verdict. It's a great way to take, we've seen one victim's family be victimized. It's a great way to take these feelings and do something positive with it. Right? Allison, you still with us?
Oh, no, I'm I'm overcome by your caring about my mother's case and your community caring. Yeah, I just put in I don't know if I can put it directly. I was trying to put it in I could put it in the private chat with you here. I don't know for the email.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
Let me
Maya's.
put it out. Let me put it out. Here's his. Can I just copy it? Copy email address, and then can I put it out? Hold on. If I can't. Here's his. What's his?
Mr. Maya's. So it's Morris Maya's his name, and that's the email is the MMAYA.
Right. Right. There's his email address. Write him a short email. Let him know. And unfortunately, we can't do anything with Alan Jackson except report him to the bar and Yannetti and Elizabeth Little and, of course, Robert Alessi for all lying to the court. I still encourage everyone to do that, but this is a really good way to keep fighting for victims' voices and keep trying to get justice for another victim's family. So I'm going to close it out here. Thank you, Allison, for being here. It was nice to have someone to talk to through this, talk with, talk to, talk me down, talk us all down. We're all going to be okay. Thoughts are with the O'Keefe family. I feel just so terrible for them. That's all. I take it hard every time. Every time this happens, I take it hard. Unfortunately for me. Yeah, it hurts.
Well, thank you so
So-
much for inviting me, Roberta, and even more for advocating for justice for victims like John O'Keefe and my mom. I'm so grateful to you for being one of the few voices that is advocating for victims in this sea of innocence, fraud, conspiracy theorists.
Appreciate it, Allison. You're welcome back here anytime you want. Just shoot me an email. Right, Mr. Mayor. I'll see you guys at 6. Have a good as you can night. I'll see all you warriors at 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay, bye.
I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident. But with lying lawyers, I'll go far. Lying lawyers and witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing, I pushed the pedal down, hit him hard. Now the legal system I clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin, making money. Truth is my second victim. Carry, Jen, like John, you were my mark. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit.